All right. All right. Wait for it to play. There we go. And right on into it. What? What? Dave! Dave, what a freaking legend! We just started! Dude, way to start it out good, man. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the family. Love your streams. Awesome content that you share. Would love to connect as a fan and maybe even as a friend. Have a cool suggestion if you're interested. Add me on Discord. Hey, man, go ahead and do exclamation point Discord in the chat. You can join our Discord chat around. I'd love to talk with you as well. I do have some ideas on what I want to do for this stream. We need to add 3 more things before I'm going to release this next update. It's going to be the biggest update I've ever released for the mod. But if you have an idea that beats out the 3 things I had, I would definitely be open to it. So hit me with the idea and go ahead and drop exclamation point Discord in the chat. And you can join our Discord, no problems, man. That's awesome. Dude, way to start out the stream strong. Thank you so much, dude. Oh my gosh. Franny on YouTube. Hello. What's up, Franny? Welcome back to the stream. We're starting out strong today. Although we're not actually going to be starting in mCreator. We're going to be starting in Block Bench. Let me just drag and drop this Block Bench over here. And we're going to be not opening a model. We're going to be creating a new entity. And I think what we're going to be making, I got 2 things in mind that I want to make. 2 of the 3. Feeling better today, Lion? Yes, sir. I'm feeling much better today. I'm feeling much better. I made sure I didn't drink any coffee. And made sure to eat plenty of food. So I'm feeling much better, and we should be good to go. Let's go ahead. What we're going to start today with is an alligator. We're going to make an alligator. It's going to drop reptile leather. And then we're going to be able to use that reptile leather to make reptile armor, which is going to be a type of leather armor that is more durable. So if you happen to find some alligators and kill them early game, you know, before that iron phase, you've got a different type of leather armor to wear. So let's go ahead and call this alligator. Honestly, I need to stop leaning back in the chair, get a better angle on it and whatnot. Mod ID is going to be ACES MC overhaul. There we go. Press confirm, add, rename that to alligator. There we go. Cool. Now the big question is, like, how long should an alligator be, right? Like 2 blocks. I think some alligators can get up to like 9-12 feet, right? Which would be the equivalent of like 3 to 4 blocks. So maybe we go for like a really long boy. It's like 3 blocks long, maybe about 1.5 blocks, 3/4 of a block tall or something like that. I think that could make sense. So let's go. Let's add another thing right here. Rename it to torso, and then we can rename here. Add another one. Rename it to head within, and then we can do another one for the legs. And I guess let's just start with the torso. Make it about, something like that? How tall should it be? 5, 6? 8? Let's go with that for now. Alligator, nice, dude. Yeah, so I was thinking about it, and I was like, do I do an alligator, or do I do a crocodile? Because they're very similar. It doesn't really matter which one I do. But in the end, I had to go with the alligator as a Native American. Okay. I was going to say Native American, but I guess Native American is something else. Although I am technically Native American, I do have Native American heritage. I really just meant to say as an American. Because gators are in America and crocodiles tend to be more in Egypt and over there and whatnot. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Let's go. Should it be wider, right? Like, I feel like that's too thin. I feel like that's about right. So let's move this from -7 to -6.5. Try and center that. I think that looks a little bit better. Then Okay. We're gonna need to, let me just drag this over here, because we're gonna obviously be messing with the changelog. Let's just search up some pictures of some alligators, just so that we can kind of get that dimensions properly. There we go. Yeah. So that's for those of you that don't know your alligator facts or your alligator versus crocodile facts. The way that you can spot an alligator is something to do with their spikes on their back. Alligators tend to have, I believe, more rows of spikes, and they don't tend to grow as tall. Whereas I believe crocodiles are a little bit taller. But the biggest and easiest way to identify them is alligators have these big, rounded noses. So if we're ever going to add a crocodile to the mod, which I'm not planning on doing in this update. You know, they're very similar, so one day it'd be nice to have them, just a little bit of biodiversity. But for this update, I feel like if I waste my time adding a crocodile when we already have an alligator, that's just, it feels a little cheap to me. But anyways, it's that nose. They have a shorter and very rounded nose, whereas crocodiles, they come more to a point and they're much longer. So I really want to make sure that that is a point that we drill home when making this alligator, so that when we make the crocodile, they are easily distinguishable. So just taking a look at this, I am noticing that there isn't that much difference in size between the neck and the head and the actual body itself, right? Like, they're pretty much the same, right? It doesn't need to come in at all. What happened to my original alligator picture? I feel like I had a different picture up. Now it's just gone. There he was. Yeah, right? That gives a nice, like, overhead view of everything. Look at him just suntanning. That would be really cool. I wonder if I can add that as an animation. Like, if he's on sand, he'll have, like, a different sit or idle animation where he just kind of, like, lays down. That could be kind of cute. Which, I mean, a cute alligator is something you don't see all that often. But look at this guy. This guy's so cute. Anyways, yeah. So this guy's a bit chubby, but that's probably because he's laying down, right? So I think the big factor for our gator, honestly, I think it might need to come down a little bit. Maybe bring it up, because when they're walking, they can get themselves quite a bit off the ground. Something like that. But I feel like the neck almost needs to come in. Right? Let's duplicate this. Drag it out to here, right? Maybe think that, what is that, about 4? Yeah. No, it's like 6, but that's okay. It looks right. Drag all this stuff in. And that'll give us a nice spot for the hips to kind of connect, right? Or the shoulder blades to kind of connect in, right? And then we can probably just make this a little bit bigger for the start of the head, so that it just kind of works a little bit better. Maybe we should even do something like this. Drop this down to 3.5. I don't know what the weather's like where y'all are at, but I woke up this morning, it was snowing. It's been snowing off and on. The world has slowly become a canvas of white, and I love just looking out the window because it is absolutely beautiful. I think my favorite season is probably autumn or fall, depending on where you live. But definitely the prettiest season is winter. Looking around at all the snow, it's beautiful. It really is. So autumn's pretty dang close, though. I do like the like orangeness of the leaves, and just this time of year is nice. The only problem I have with winter, though, is it's very depressing, right? Like, once you get really into winter, it's kind of hard not to feel a little depressed and a little sad. Like, it just naturally comes. It's what they call, oh my gosh, seasonal depression. And, you know, it makes sense. Not that I really get depressed or super depressed or anything like that. I'm fine, you know. But, you know, sometimes it's difficult. I remember when I was in college, I had a dorm to myself for a while. I got very lonely because I never really went anywhere. But anywho, that's neither here nor there. Let's bring this in like this. How long is that? 20? Yeah, 20 seems okay. So this is looking kind of weird. This little inset thing that we've got going on here. In fact, if anything, it looks like their necks almost kind of bulge out, right? Maybe that's what we're trying to do here, right? Should we bring this up and out? Not that far. Move this over to -7. I think that looks better, honestly. And we can have those legs connect right in the back, right? Something like that. Bring this in. There we go. So I think this is going to have to get duplicated, moved out, drop down by about 2, and then maybe in. Kind of bring it out. Yeah, so if that was the mouth, right, we'd have to give it like two, make it into 2 blocks, you know what I'm saying? But I think that would be pretty good. Maybe even bring this up by like 0.25. That way we've got a little bit of variation in the height there. We really do have like what looks to be like a popsicle or an ice cream cone when you look at it like this, but yeah, I can't go outside most of the time because too much snow. Yeah, it depends on where you live, man. Around here, it's not like there's too much snow to even go outside. Like, we probably have 3, maybe 4 days out of the entire year where it's like, yeah, roads are covered in snow, can't go anywhere. And that's it. 3 days at most. 4 days at most. So, it's kind of depends on where you live. But I definitely get what you're saying. Where, like, even something about when it's snowing. When it's snowing at all, I don't want to go anywhere, right? Let's take this whole thing and move it back a little bit, right? See if we can't keep it in that 3 block. It's gonna very quickly go longer than 3 blocks, isn't it? This is way too long. I feel like that is looking a little bit better. I feel like I want those eyes to protrude up though, up and out. And could our alligator sit like this if it ever was like sitting down, wanted to kind of lift its head up? Could it? I don't think it could. Let's jump ship here a little bit and try and get some legs in here, and hopefully that will make this look less like a tube and more like, you know, an entity. So, and honestly, I don't know what I was thinking, because really it needs to be further. That neck needs to at least be here. So, because the tail's going to come out. So if it comes out too far, then this thing's just going to be like 4 blocks long, which I guess is okay. Big boy. Let's make this come here. It's not like they have huge arms though, right? If you take a look at it here, I think the size we've got is pretty much okay. Unless it definitely has like elbows though, right? Which is kind of goofy. You don't really think of alligators as having elbows. That's too much. That's not bad. Something like that. If we moved it up and over to here, we then need to move that pivot point. That pivot point needs to come up for sure, without question. One more, there we go. Move this to 6.5. Nope, that's not what we want to do. We need to move this to 7.5. That was 6, 7.5. There we go. And what happens if we start rotating that? About 40 degrees. and about 15 degrees. Okay, 40 seems too much. Maybe drop it down to 35. So if we drop this to 35. That seems a lot better, especially if I have another one, if I kind of duplicate it. Set this back to 0, because it's just honestly best practice I found. Bring this in. Oop, come on there. There we go. Then we're going to move it out like this. Something like that. Take the pivot point. Make sure that it's lined up properly. Honestly, I think all we need to do is drop this back to 9. There we go. And then we can rotate this like that, right? Whoops. Grab this, resize it, bring that out by 1. I think that looks pretty good, huh? It actually looks kind of scrawny, which is silly. What happens if we bring it out by 1 like that, though, huh? Then if we bring it to the left by 0.5, so like 7.5 here. That looks pretty good, except we're going to have to drop this back to 8.5 now. Then we can bring out the rotate tool and bring it out by 5. Let's just Control-Z that real quick. Make this 5. Maybe this was supposed to be 5. That looks better. So we can make that 0. There we go. I think that's looking pretty good for our alligator, except my problem is it's making everything, it's kind of making everything else look too big, right? Like, I don't think we need this. If we resize this and bring it out. Yeah, so it's got a neck. Let's maybe take this neck, bring it up to like 0.5. Well, no, not 0.5, 3.5. Like that. No, come on. Like that. There we go. And if we resize it and bring it back by maybe 2 or 3, now it kind of looks like it's, you know, it fits, right? It's a big part of the gator. Then we can kind of drag this back, and that's also going to help because if we want to rotate it, now we can rotate it and it's kind of pivoted into the body here. So if we try to rotate it, it looks a lot more natural like this. It's still kind of connected to the body. And then we can take this and move it back and maybe even move it up to 3.5. What if we move it back by even like 2 more? Is that too stubby if I drop it back like that? Yeah, so that's looking better. 12, yeah, that makes sense. He's pretty thick, huh? He's like a big thick boy. I don't know if I want him to look that thick. Let's see if, we're gonna real quick, and I try not to do this because I don't like to just copy, but we're gonna search Minecraft alligator just to see what some other people have done. And like, this isn't bad, but I wouldn't want to make this myself, you know what I mean? Like, I see some issues that I think we can avoid. But I do like this, right? This is looking pretty good. So that head is coming in to be a lot smaller. And I think even though a real alligator doesn't look that way, having it the same size like this is what's causing that weird derpy look. Because this one, this one right here just kind of fits a little bit better. So what we're going to do is bring that up by 1 and maybe in by 1, right? And I think now we've got something that looks a little bit more distinguished, a little bit less derpy. We can bring that snout in by 1 even like this. There we go. And then we can drop it back even. And I feel like we've suddenly created something that's a lot less a lot less goofy. Bring that up by just a tiny bit to create some lip there on the bottom of the neck. I like this. I am a fan, so far at least. Maybe we can bring this up by 1. Duplicate, drop it down to 1, and then drop it down by 1. And then pretty much just resize here. There we go. So we got a little bit of a belly look going. That's looking a lot better. Pretty nice. Thank you. Thank you. I am enjoying it. It's if you're ever messing around with something and you're not happy with the final product, unless you've added just tons and tons and tons of blocks and you're just like, man, I don't even know where to begin, then I don't recommend scrapping it, you know? Work with what you got. Keep playing with it, right? And eventually you'll probably end up with something that you like. I want to try and avoid adding too many blocks, because after all, this is Minecraft. We still want it to look blocky, right? How did that other one's arms go? Yeah, so they don't come out and jut out at weird angles. And I was worried about this. I've been thinking about it. Look at that. Look at that. That's so derp. But although they do that, right? But you'll see when they're walking around, they're just straight for the most part. So in order to axolotl, but it's an alligator. That's interesting. For the most part, I think we'll be better off if we try to make legs that go straight up and down. Because while this does look good, it doesn't look like Minecraft. It just doesn't. So let's bring this back to a 0 and back to a 0 there. And we can bring this out and maybe up. There we go. That's looking a lot better. And then we can... Let's just delete this for now. Do we want to bring this out even further, right? Do we bring it out further? Probably not. Do we bring it down? No, but we might want to extend it, right? And it's gonna look weird if the bottom part, right, suddenly got smaller. Like I guess most legs, yeah, they do get thicker as they go up, but I just feel like it's gonna look weird with how long that is. So yeah, maybe just bring it up. Let's just try and duplicate, drop it down like this, bring it in and in. I think we're just gonna have to do it and see how it looks. And if it looks super whack, then we can always change it. But yeah, you see, that looks kind of derpy to me, and I want to avoid that derpy look. So maybe we can bring it down to here. Yeah, I think I had a good idea. But it needs to come up. Dang, so maybe this needs to be even thicker. Yeah, I think that's what it has to be. And by has to be, I mean I think that's what looks best. That is pretty good. What happens if I bring that up, though? Okay. There's a little bit of weirdness going on still. So let me, once again, let me look at the regular alligators. It does seem to be more or less the same size. Yeah. Yeah. Hey man, the thing is, they're just gonna happen, especially on as a small streamer like myself, man. My moderator, my only 2 moderators who agree to moderate for me are not in the stream today, and they are busy. One of them is working, one of them is on vacation with his family. So that's just gonna happen, and that's okay. You can report them. Feel free. I'm not telling you not to do that. You probably should do that. But personally, I always just try to ignore it. And yeah. Definitely do not click on any links they send, or do not go to any links that they give you. It's probably just going to be a virus. Exactly, Franny. Absolutely. See, that almost looks better, right? What happens if we drop this torso down? We can drop this down. Maybe bring these forward. Yeah. Maybe drop it back. If I drop this back to 6.5. Now it's pretty much centered at that corner, right? More or less. Well, maybe it should... Hey, that's not bad. I feel like this should only be... Well, no. I feel like that's okay. But I feel like we need to drop it back by 1, maybe even 2. Yeah, let's not think about that. Also, the alligator is looking awesome. Dude, thank you. Thank you. I'm actually really happy with how it's coming together so far. Sometimes I'm hesitant to do entities because they can really be tricky sometimes. How many claws does this have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one doesn't have claws. This one does have claws. This one also doesn't have any claws. Would it be more Minecraft to just nix this? I mean, think about this, right? Let's at least try it out. And if it looks okay, then I think that's what we're going to go with. Because it is a core theme in my mod to try and make it look as Minecraft as possible. I want it to look like it fits. Like something the developers themselves might have added. And I don't think this looks horrible. I do think I want to add some like toesies and whatnot on there. And try and get some... Yes, like if we duplicate this and do something more like this. And that's not going to be it here. We can go back like this. That's almost too much. Yeah, but not too much detail. Exactly, right? Like, everything in Minecraft, it looks like... Here's a great example. Let's search Minecraft goat, right? Take a look at the goat. They do such a great job at encapsulating the shape of goats with using as minimal blocks as possible, right? Take a look at that. That's 1, 2, a head, and then 4 legs. 2 blocks. 2 blocks in the body. Such a great job. Let's look at a bad example. Polar bear. Not horrible, but once again, 2 blocks. I think maybe they could have done more, but I see where they wanted to make sure they wanted to limit their size, right? I don't think it's horrible. I just don't think it's that horrible. I think maybe this texture would be a lot better, right? But look, that's not a modeling thing, that's a texturing thing. Look at the panda bears. I'm pretty sure they did it with 1 block. That's 1 block. And it looks like a panda. They do such a great job. Look at the sniffer. The sniffer was something I was blown away by. That's 1 block. That is 1 gigantic block. Now, if you had shown me this model before it had a texture, I'd have been like, what the heck is that? It's ridiculous. Looks dumb. But here's where it really comes in. This is different. Here's where it really comes in and has the detail, right? That little lip at the head, the ears, the several feet. It's just unique, right? I want to see. This is what I want to try and recreate. Oh my gosh, did y'all see that? This is so cool. I love this. This is actually really awesome. Anywho, but I want the alligator to be like the sniffer. So in the body, we have 2 blocks, right? For the head, we have 2 blocks. Well, this will be 3 blocks because it'll be a mouth, right? But that's what I'm trying to limit myself to, is 2 blocks to do each part of the body. And if you look at, I can't think of a single creature that has multiple blocks for their legs, right? Which, as much as I want to do it, I think we're just going to have to, well, okay, wait a minute. No, it doesn't. It's just on these pictures, the goat hooves come in. If the hooves came in legit, I would have given myself a pass and I would have let myself do it. But personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with this to justify not doing it this way. Cryo! Dude, what's up, man? Yeah, they use such simple models, but at the same, so detailed, you can always recognize it. Yeah, it's an art. It is, like, I totally get where people say that Mojang could add more in each update. I understand that, but you cannot call them lazy, and you cannot call them bad. They put so much thought, love, care, effort into all of the stuff they add into that game, and that's why you don't get as much per update, because of how much thought, love, and care they put into it. I think that looks better. But, and sure, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love it if the updates were a little bit bigger, and they literally just announced and just started making smaller updates. Sure, they're more frequent, but it's neither here nor there. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love it, but I just don't. If it meant putting less heart and less thought and detail and work into what they already do make, I'd be like, no, absolutely not. Do not give me that trade-off. Give me less content with more effort. I would much rather have that. I think I don't know if any of y'all are Terraria fans, but I think Terraria does this excellently. Now, I'm pretty sure Red, for the most part, develops Terraria on his own. But, what is this? The front right? Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. Let's do FR leg. Grab this and drop it in there. Pretty much develops Terraria on his own. But his motto is, like, it's ready when it's ready. I'm working on it. I'm putting as much work into it as I possibly can every single day. You know, I'm not taking my time. I'm not dragging my feet. But it's ready when it's ready. Terraria fans, we've been waiting for the 1.4.5 update for over a year at this point. And I'm patient. I'm willing to wait another year if it's that's how long it takes, because that is going to be freaking awesome. Mod work is on hold on your end because I want to learn to make games in Godot. I've never heard of Godot. Is that you? Are you abbreviating something? Or is that like what it's called? Because I've never heard of that. Cryo's in the Discord, Franny. I think he actually was. I think the person who recommended that I make a Discord. Although I don't know if Dave is still around. Dave was like, he followed as soon as this chat started up. He actually mentioned wanting to chat around in Discord. So if Dave's still around, man, yeah, Dave, go ahead and drop an exclamation point Discord in chat and join us. I'd love to talk to you, bro. Be nice, Cryo. Be nice. Let's duplicate and call this back left. This is left. I'm an idiot. I can't believe I did that. So rename this to just 2 for now. Rename this to left. Oh, left. And then rename this to right. There we go. Take this back left leg. There we go. I think that's pretty good. I think this can be changed to -11. There we go. I'm liking it. Let's duplicate it again. Move it over here. Too far? There we go. It is looking a little silly, but I think once it's in the Minecraft world and it's walking around, it should look more or less okay. I think we're going to put those eyes right there at the front, especially once we get a texture on this thing. That's going to be the real test. Godot is a game engine with its own programming language called GD Script. It's similar to Python. Okay, cool enough. That's interesting. Um, what is the engine that Bedrock Edition runs on? Because I know Bedrock Edition, Bedrock Edition, doesn't run on JavaScript the way Java Edition does. It's got its own engine that I think they call the Bedrock engine, but I don't know what it's like or anything like that. Let's we gotta get the tail in here, right? So I think the legs are looking good. I think the head is looking good and the torso is looking good. Let's add one name, call it tail. Add a new block, bring it up, over. Now the tail's gonna be tricky because it's gonna have to taper off, right? Like, it goes from pretty, like, it tapers off in the most gradual way. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, most alligator tails are about as long as the alligator's body. So if we want our scale to be right, then we need something ridiculously long. So that's just not going to happen. Unless we can shorten this and have it still look good. Yeah, actually, I think that's fine, honestly. And we could introduce way more detail in here, but once again, I'm trying to keep it simple. It's a custom engine made with C++, I think. Yeah, well, I'm not sure either. You could honestly say anything, and I'd be like, yeah, that sounds right to me. Okay, Cryo says it's also C++ or maybe C#. They made an engine for it. It's like a private engine. Godot is like Unity and Unreal, just that Godot's terms and stuff are better, and it's theoretically open source if you wanted to do something to it. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool. I've actually been tossing around. I had an idea for a, I don't know if y'all ever played like the Age of Empires games, but I haven't played any of the recent ones. But back in the day, I played Age of Empires Mythology on the Nintendo DS2 or the 2DS or whatever they call it. I don't remember. And that was a really, really fun game. And I've actually considered remaking a game similar to it. I mean, obviously with a different theme. It wouldn't be mythology or anything like that. But pretty much, just, other than that, it's the same type of game. And I think if I did so, I'd probably try and do it on Unity. Just because Unreal Engine would be overkill for something like that. Honestly, you could make something like that on, like, Game Maker Studio. But the only problem is I'd want you to be able to do multiplayer. And I don't think Game Maker Studio supports, like, online multiplayer. So... yeah, just an idea I had. Not to say that anything will ever come of it, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's bring this up to 3.5. And then bring it in a little bit so that we can taper this tail off a bit quicker. I don't want it to be... There we go. Something like that should be good. Saw it online. Really cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty cool game. Cross says, I'd say you should use Godot, Unreal, or like RPG in a box. Use Godot, Unreal. I'm assuming you mean Godot, comma, Unreal. Or like RPG in a box? Is that another one? Dude, Unreal, Unity, Game Maker Studio, those are the three that I know. I don't really know anything else. So yeah, let's keep. I'm just gonna keep doing this. There we go. Now, I feel like I want the tail to drift downwards. Like, how do we handle the tail? Should the tail like hold itself up? It's so hard. It looks like it's just left at the same height. Oh my gosh. Whoa. That's huge. That's a weird color, but whatever. I want to see... that's so plastic. but it's not off the ground. It does look like the tail doesn't drop below the body height, so they just kind of keep the tail hovering in the air. Even though I don't think that's how actual alligators hold their tails when walking around. But, you know, I always want to make it feel more Minecrafty if the choice is Minecraft or... Okay, right? Something like this. So it does, like, drop down, but, you know, as long as it looks natural, I'm fine with it not doing that, so... Whew. RPG in a box is pretty simple. Okay, so I'm assuming it is just an engine. I don't really know what the game you talked about is, so I'm not sure if RPG in a box would even support your plans. My game, it's like a turn-based strategy game where you load into the world, and you take a turn gathering resources and then building research, training troops, and then you move those troops around the world, and like the goal is to beat the other empire, right? But it's turn-based strategy game is pretty much the only way I can summarize it. It's not really an RPG game or anything like that. You can make it so that the tail of the gator is considered an arm, so it moves sometimes. Yeah. See, I'll definitely give it its own animations. And you're right, I probably should create folders for each part of this tail so I can make it like, you know, what am I trying to say? Articulate it. So I can articulate it. Oop, not that. But as far as whatchamacallit goes, as far as MCreator goes, is labeling it as an arm, you don't really do that. You just kind of make the animation in here and then just load it into MCreator and then have it play whenever you want it to play. So, oh yeah, you could probably do that somehow in RPG in a box. I explained RPG in a box above. Oh, I must have missed that. A paid RPG maker you can buy on Steam. Oh, that's kind of cool. Steam. Steam is nice, as much as I hate giving them my money. They're nice. How far out does this go? 1, 2. So, and don't get me wrong, we can always just move the whole gator forwards or backwards. But I don't want it to go out too much further, right? I guess if it's gonna be 4 blocks long anyways, then we should probably work on making it so that, like, what? This can come out by... Let's just duplicate it. Let's just keep doing this. So I think this one should come in by like that, and then just kind of come out. And that can be like the final part of the tail. So this part is already out by 2, right? No, it's out by 3. Okay. So that would be out by 2. So at most, I want this to be 14, which would be there. And that, wait, no, not 14. It's already come out by 2. I want it to come out by most 12. And that is at most how long I want this gator to be. Honestly, I do think it looks a little bit weird. I don't think it would be bad at all to do something like this. And then bring this up by 0.25. So that it does kind of taper downwards. Although I just don't know. Let's try bringing this down to 0.25 so that it matches, not 2.5, 7.5. Whatever, hang on. It just needs to be 3, doesn't it? Yeah, then it matches that belly. And if this tapers downwards by 0.5 every time, I think that would actually look kind of weird. So I'm gonna not do that. I'm not gonna have it taper upwards or anything like that. But let's just, let's just have it in line, huh? Have it at 3. Have all of them at 3. There we go. I think we can maybe cut this. Yeah, this can come back. Oops. Go like that. So if this is 2, that's 6. That makes this total read out by 8. So we can duplicate that and then just bring this in. Oops, like this. Is that too much? I think the answer is maybe yes, right? Maybe yes. It's too much. It's too much of a gradual progression. Let's try and do what Mojang would do. Let's try and simplify it. You can... Ooh, we got some recommendations up here. You can make it so that the tail of the gator is considered... Oh, I already read that. Oh, yeah, you could probably do that somehow in RPG in your box. Oh, I already read that too. Maybe. Okay, I haven't missed anything. 2 should be enough. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? If we delete this, and then we delete this, I think we're overkilling it. So let's bring this out by 6. And then let's bring this out, right? And maybe that's too steep of a drop-off, but honestly, I think it's fine, right? Like... I think that's what Mojang would do, right? Gotta make a tile, like remove 1 or 2. Gotta make a tile set. Maybe a bit flat. Like flatter. Yeah, let's try. Okay. Let's bring this in a little bit. And I don't want to make it like that. Let's something like that. Yeah, it does make a bit more of a noticeable difference in there, right? I think that's pretty good. Now, I will say, I think we have no choice but to add additional blocks up on the top for the spikes, but that's okay. I'm not really going to include that in my count of how many blocks it is. I do like this, though. I think this is looking really good. Let me go back to the torso and add a cube. Bring it up. Ooh, not that far. Something like here. And we can bring this over. And I don't want it flat like this because then we're going to have clipping issues. But we're going to want this to be 0.1 in size. Something like that. And then we can bring this out all the way along the back. Move it into, yeah, maybe about there. And then, oops. Drag it up to, like, here. And I think that's going to look pretty good for the ridge. Maybe we can do it like that so that when we do this one, we can kind of taper it in and then we can continue that pattern, huh? Let's duplicate and move it over to here. Is that even? Probably not, huh? Yeah, it is actually. All right. Hydrate! Yo, hydration is important. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I got a, you know what? That is not enough water. I always do 1 glass. That's about half. Cryo redeem the posture check. All right, let me go get a glass of water, a full glass of water, so I don't have to, cheat you on your hydrate. Then we'll check our posture. We'll be right back. 1 second. Woo. There we go. Sit down. Make sure that posture is okay. I'm sitting up straight. Got to adjust the chair. Make sure that it's there. Got that tilt locked back, so we cannot tilt. Great posture. Thank you so much for the posture check, because obviously this is going to be a pretty long stream. Hopefully we stream for at least another 4 hours. So if I had bad posture, that would be a problem. Got our glass right here, filled to the brim. Just like that. That's what hydrate down. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Super Silly Franny, for the hydrate, Cryoman for the posture check. I do appreciate it. Let's, I'm liking this. I am really liking how this is looking so far. And then, so here's the real question. Do we try and do a little bit of this detailing, this spine work on the head here, right? Like, is that necessary, or is that too much, right? If we drop that down and do something like that, right? Is that necessary, or is that too much? I don't know. Does the mod work group include game work? Mod work group, theoretically. Sure. Yeah, I don't have another group for it, so if you want to throw it in there, I'm assuming you're talking about in the Discord, go for it, man. Yeah, it's fine by me. Honestly, as long as you're, being conscious of it and, trying to get things in the right spot, I'm not going to ban anyone just because, or even kick people or anything like that, just because they put something in the wrong chat in the Discord, right? Like, stuff happens. As long as you're, trying and you're not just spamming away and stuff. And if I tell you, like, hey, maybe next time put it in here, and then you just ignore me, that's a totally different story, So yeah, that works for me, man. Are you talking about the blade here, Franny? Or are you responding to Cryoman? Let's go ahead and duplicate this for now, because I do know that I am gonna want to do this back here. Let's go down here, bring it in. There we go. And then we can bring this in like so. There we go. And yeah, once we get those scales all the way back, we'll have a nice shape to our gator. Yeah, the blade? All right, cool. Then I'm just going to go ahead and leave it there. Let's go ahead and duplicate it here and bring that in. And then duplicate one more time. Bring it in. Bring it back. There we go. Drop it down. And I think here's where we drop this to here. Let's duplicate again and move it over like this. Although I did do a silly just now. These should all be in the tail folder, shouldn't they? Yeah. And this should be in the head folder. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and duplicate this. Move it over like that. There we go. And then I'm tempted to add a snout to it, but no, I want to keep it simple. I want to make it not too ridiculous. I do think that these spikes can get dropped down to maybe 11.5. I think that looks a little bit better. Something like that. I just feel like it matches what we're going with a little bit more. And honestly, I feel like these maybe should be higher, because then they kind of match with the ones up here a little bit more. But I don't think, like, I'm just trying to create a bit more of a gradual progression. Would it be too much if I split them in half and did like one up here that was bigger and then one over here that was smaller? Like that? Is that too much? Or is that still simple? Yeah, I feel like that... Oh my gosh. It does create a smoother transition there. It's actually really cool. Dude, actually, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. having that immediate feedback really does help, because I'm always second guessing stuff, and I'm always like, oh, I don't know, what do I do? I can't decide. Try it. All right, yeah, let's just go for it. You're right. The best way to know is to just do it, and we'll know. Once we see it, we'll know. And if we don't know, then that means it's right, right? I guess. I don't know. Let's bring this in by 5. Duplicate it yet again. Bring it back. Drop it down. Duplicate it again. Bring it over. Yeah, that looks good, dude. I feel like that. Maybe it is a bit much. But if it's a bit much, it's not like it's hard to change, right? I like it. I really like it. Yeah. Is that too much? See, does that... So with the scales on, how does that look? I kind of like that. I don't know about y'all. Let me know what y'all think, but I think this is it. I think this is what we go for. I think that's the gator right there. Internet was gone for a couple minutes? What? Nah, not allowed, dude. Can't be having that. Internet, what do we live in? The 90s? Did they have internet in the 90s? When was the, I mean, like, household internet introduced? I feel like I'm just gonna be saying stuff and constantly make myself sound dumber and dumber. Looks good. Looks like the Fortnite Godzilla skin. I don't I don't even know what you're talking about. Now I gotta look it up. Look at that face, dude. It's yeah, you see it. I don't need to say it. You see it. Bruh, Fortnite is so silly. I actually recently uninstalled the Epic Games launcher because I was having issues with it, and I'm not a fan of Epic Games and the way they do things. They're like Activision, but they make even worse games. So no. I was having issues with them where, like, I kept trying to, like, verify, and it was like, nah, verify another way. No, give us your email so we can... And I'm like, nah, you're done. Get out of here. So I just uninstalled the launcher. Because honestly, I don't think I'd really ever played Epic Games anyways. So I think we're going to have to put the eyes right up here, right? Like, right at the forefront. Maybe even wrapping around. Well, no, I feel like if they wrapped around, it wouldn't look right, right? Let's look up an alligator again. Have y'all seen the clip? Maybe y'all have seen this, but this is hilarious, and it's making me think of it, so I gotta pull this up real quick. I don't know if y'all watch Family Feud, but this is a very popular Family Feud, clip.
Okay, ready? Ready. The other Bob's off stage, has earphones on, play fast money. I ask you 5 questions, give me 5 answers in 15 seconds. Try and think of the most popular answer. You and the other Bob get 200 points. You've got $5,000. 15 seconds, please. Name an animal with 3 letters in its name.
Frog.
Something found in a refrigerator.
Milk.
A brand of gasoline.
Regular.
Something that comes with a summer storm.
Snow.
A sport with an all... I got good news and bad news. I asked the other Bob, you cannot, and you... What noise do we hear? Remind everyone to buy... Name an animal with 3 letters in its name.
Alligator.
Something...
Neither of them can name an animal with 3 letters in its name. And immediately, this guy.
Alligator.
Immediately. Dude, what are you thinking, bro? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Uh, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's a super easy game to play. But alligator. Bruh. All right. Let's get the music back on. What were we doing here? We're looking at the eyes. Looking to the alligator's eyes. They're definitely on the sides of its face, right? It wouldn't make sense to have it in the front. Alligator. He was so proud. Alligator. What's the animal with 3 letters? I don't know what the number 1 animal. Probably bat, if I had to guess. Like, if that would be the first thing. Pig. Actually, it was probably pig. Cat. Dog. There's a lot of them. There's a like. Yeah. Speaking of cat. Oh, my cat's not here. That's sad. Usually he sits in the tree. The tree right there. Hey, I did. All you're doing is copying me. Okay, we see what you're doing. I guess the chat's over there. For me, it's up there on my TV. Yeah, it's so funny. It's so funny. You watch every time someone asks me that, the first thing that pops in my head is alligator, and all the other 3-letter animals go out of my brain. Rat, right? That's another one. Frog. I mean, at least he's closer. I think this is good, right? We're ready for a texture. What are we doing? We're ready for a texture. Alligator. Texture. What? Selection contains faces that are smaller than 1 unit and... Yeah, okay, I know. Yeah. Yeah. We're good. Yeah, you're gonna be able to see through them, but that is fine by me. Look at this. Look at this green boy. Okay. Paint. Let's go back to the web. I think this alligator picture right here is probably gonna have all the colors we need for an alligator. Maybe we pull this one. Because as per usual, at least to get a baseline, we're going to kind of try and color pick some colors off of a real alligator. Now, don't get me wrong, everyone considers alligators to be green when they're gray. Think about this. Let me ask you a question. What color is a tree? What color are trees? Not the leaves, like the bark, right? On the sides of trees. What color are trees? Cute alligator. Let's try that. Oh, baby alligators. Something like this is something we can go off of. Brown, right? Brown. Let me search this. Trees. What color do you see here? It is a little brown, and I mean, depending on the saturation of your monitor, it can change. But look closely. Those trees are gray. These are drawn on. Look closely. They've got a little hint of brown, but they're gray. Trees are gray, dude. I don't know about you. If I look out my window, I mean, everything's white, so it makes it look a little less gray. But trees are gray, right? They're like this weird gray-brown color, right? They have all the colors. Look at this. If this would ever focus, you'll look, and you look very closely, and you notice this is green because of the algae, but this is gray. Like, it's a brownish gray, or maybe a grayish brown, right? And I don't think anyone would ever say that trees are gray, right? Gray. It's interesting, right? Minecraft trees are brown. You're absolutely right. Well, the Pale Gardens got it right. You know, the acacia trees, they're gray, right? Minecraft. That's no algae, that's moss. Hey, shh. I'm an idiot. Look, for as smart as I am very dumb. There is a difference between knowledge and intelligence. Bro, this tree. This tree is caked up, bro. Okay, no, bro, we're done. We're done. We're getting out of hand. Okay. I think those little blurry colors are going to be nice for a color picker, right? Oh, that's like a bluish color, though. I don't want a bluish color. I want like a greenish color. If I had a blue gator, it'd look so weird. Let's search alligator paintings, right? Because that's pretty much what we're doing anyways. We're painting an alligator. So if we search an alligator painting, and that alligator painting looks accurate, they're probably using shades of greenish brown and whatnot, right? So, yeah, that's the colors. That's the colors. That grayish, greenish, brownish, blackish. I like pizza. Me too. Me too. Pizza's good, though. I mean, how can you not like pizza? What do we... I'm looking for a good base color. Maybe something like that. We can go here. Control V. There we go. Bucket, fill, the whole element. Dude. Tell me that don't look gator. Tell me that don't look like a gator. Oh. There we go. Oh gosh, I'm always so scared to start. Like before I have a model done or started, I'm like, where do I even begin making this model, right? And then as soon as I start painting, I'm like, oh, where do I even begin making this paint, like this texture? And just like eating an elephant, you do it one bite at a time. Okay, so those pupils, let's start with the eyes. I feel like the eyes are usually a really easy place to start. So we're going to go with this nice, deep black color. And we're going to put the eyes right there. Boom. Perfect. We're done. Just kidding. That's the color that looked like Gatot. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad to hear it. I think so too. And we want this nice yellowy color, right? Maybe even more of a yellow, like a golden yellow, for the irises, right? Something like that. Ooh, there we go. That's an angry gator. That's an angry gator. And then we're gonna get a little bit lighter with it. I don't think there's any reason to keep stealing colors off the drawing. I think we got. Look at this. Look at this drawing up here. It's all the same. You got two little derpy eyes. That's so cute. So funny. Oh gosh. Let's go a little bit lighter. Kind of draw in. Oh, how do we accentuate the eyes, right? I feel like we get like a nice darker shade and kind of draw in the bottoms here and try and have that kind of come out through the eyelid and then all the way to the snout, and that snout is gonna be a nice snout boy right there. There we go, something like that. There we go. So now we need something lighter up on the top here, but not super light, right? We still want to have that dark coloring. Swamp Puppy. Oh my gosh. Do you watch Fishing Garrett on YouTube, or are you just saying that? Or is that a Fishing Garrett reference? Fishing Garrett's a legend. If you don't watch Fishing Garrett on YouTube, just search Fishing Garrett, watch a few of his shorts. You'll pretty quickly see what I'm talking about. He's called Princess. You can, well, I mean, you're not gonna be able to tame a gator, but you could trap a gator in my mod and then call it Princess. Hey, by the way, so I really want to host a server for you guys using my mod that we can all play on, but the problem is I am broke. So, I guess I'll use this time, and don't feel guilty. That's not what I'm trying to do or anything like that. But just so that everyone knows, all the subscriptions on Twitch, all the donations, anything like that that comes through, all of it is going to go towards saving up trying to host a server so that we can get a server with my mod. We can all play on it together. And I'm thinking that once we release the new update, we can even stream some playtime on that server. But we'll see. And if y'all don't have money either, I get it. Please do not give me money that you do not have. But once I save up and have enough money for it, I'm gonna host this server one way or the other. But if you want it sooner rather than later, I wanted to let y'all know that is what all donations and subscriptions are going towards. So I know it from that short/Instagram GUI. Not sure if it's I'm assuming you mean guy. The guy that always snatches animals. Yeah, you can use Essential. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, but Essential kind of sucks with mods. Essential, is that a mod? A mod hoster? Because I don't know anything about that, to be honest with you. I think I like that dark color there. Let's just snag that. This is someone else's artwork, so I don't want to steal from it too much. Because I mean, yeah, it's totally different, but I just feel a little bad about it. Let's drop that down a little bit. Yeah, but at least you can host simple servers. Essentials is a mod, yeah, but it's nothing you'd want for a server. Try out the mod altogether. Interesting. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, Cryo's probably got a good point. This is an M-Creator mod, so it's already probably not optimized super well. So if I'm hosting it through another mod that apparently doesn't have the best track record of hosting servers with mods on them to begin with, I feel like that's kind of just asking for problems, you know what I mean? So yeah, and you know, while we're on the search, if y'all know anything about server hosting or anything or good servers that do host or anything like that, let me know. I actually have a buddy who used to host Minecraft servers, so I might reach out to him and ask how much it costs him, like on a month-to-month basis, maybe week-to-week. And then once I can afford to pay him, just pay him, because that'd probably be the cheapest way to do it, because then I don't have to, like, you know, pay extra for the service and whatnot. And you know, I'm sure he would only charge me the bare minimum of whatever it costs him in server space. So let's I like this. So I'm really just starting to, you know, add some texture, because I found a good color that I think matches with what we have and looks good. So we're just gonna kind of mix up this texture a little bit and start adding some variation, start playing with it. You can't really host servers. It's more like you can open worlds to your friends in the Essentials mod. Okay, interesting. See, this is why I usually play Bedrock Edition, because it's just so easy to play with your friends. Like, don't get me wrong. Beat for beat, I would probably say that Java is better. Not that everything in Java is better. Bedrock definitely has its ups, other than just multiplayer. But for the most part, we need to add these teeth. So it looks like when their mouth is closed, you can only see the top teeth. That's actually something I just realized we forgot to add on our model, is the teeth that stick out, right? So we should definitely add some teeth. What is going to be the best way to do that? Let's rename. Oop. Yeah, drag and drop that in there. Rename this to jaw. We can add this cube in there. And then we can rename this to upper jaw. And then we can drag and drop this in there. See, the thing is, I feel like I almost want to bring this in by like a half block and then move this over, but I don't know if that's gonna look weird. Yeah, see, it does look weird unless I also do something like this, maybe? And then move it forward by 0.5? How does that look? It looks kind of weird. I don't. Let me know what you think, because I think it looks weird. Maybe it won't look so weird if we got some teeth in there. And for the teeth, I really don't want to have them as fractional pixels, because if you look at them head on, I think that'll look kind of weird. Well, no, I think they can be. Let me go back to the... No, I should add the teeth first. I should always finish making the thing before I add anything else. So let me add cube. Bring it over. Oops. Bring it over like this. You know that feeling when you create one good texture and all of a sudden all of your other textures just look bad? I do know that feeling. Yeah. At least similar feeling. I've been there where I'm like, ah, crap. This it's too good. This looks good and now it doesn't match. Like everything else just doesn't match. I need to yeah. I get you. Let's bring this out by 0.25. No, in the other direction. So it should be 3.75. And then we can duplicate this, move it over, duplicate this, move it over, duplicate this, move it over, do it again, bring it all over here, and make this 3.75. Oop, there we go. Duplicate, move it over. And we're just gonna keep doing this one more time. There we go. Paint. I'm gonna get this nasty yellowish white color. Oh yeah, and then I also need to highlight these. And make them 0.1 in size. There we go. I think this should be, well, hang on. Okay, we're fine. Let's just paint. Bucket fill, element, boom. There you go. That actually looks kind of good because it creates like a nastiness in the teeth because of the weird clipping that I don't think the player will realize is not intentional. Unless they're looking at it from the bottom, but even then it still kind of looks normal, just like they have multiple rows of teeth. It even has good side connectivity. Oh no, I think you're just gonna have to delete that texture and start over, buddy. Obviously, you can't have anything like that. Can't have anything good in your mod. Look at this, dude. If that's not the start of an alligator. And that tail is pretty thick. What if we bring it up just by 1? I think that's pretty good. It is a little derpy, but it's Minecrafty, right? I don't think it's, like, super derp. I think it's the perfect amount of derpy. Let's go back to the edit here. I'm gonna duplicate this, rotate it by 90 degrees because I'm lazy. And then we can move it Oopsie daisy. Like that. There we go. That's pretty much perfect, huh? Over. Duplicate. Over. Duplicate. Over. You see, this is the problem, right? His front teeth are gonna have to be conjoined. I don't think that looks bad at all, though. I think we're good. I think we nailed it. Perfect. They all share a texture, though, right now. So, and we got plenty of space up here. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. It's a crime to have them all share a texture. Let's do... That one can stay. We'll grab this one and move it down. Let's grab this one, move it down twice. We'll just kind of keep going like this. And then this one, let's move it over. Let's grab this one and move it over and down. Over, down twice. Over, down 3 times, right? Yeah, something like that. Because if we click right here, yeah, that's the other one there. And then for the front teeth, let's just have them be here. And then here. And then here. And then here. There we go. Now if we paint and bucket fill all of these again. We have a nice palette of teeth right there. So now we can make a few of them a little bit more yellow, a few of them a little bit darker, just to add some variation and whatnot into the teethies. And I think that's really going to, you know, make all the difference. We can go like that, like that, like that. There we go. Just a little bit of variation there in the teeth. Let's go back to this texture here. It's maybe not what you expect, but check Discord. Okay, okay. Oh, dang. What is this? It looks like some sort of stucco. Or like mud. Like a mud shingle. It's a good texture. You could touch it up just a tiny bit. Like adding some detailing and whatnot. But that's a good texture. Is this an alligator? Lion, yes it is an alligator. I am glad that you can recognize that. That's awesome. That's really cool. Crocodile was the wrong answer. Alligator is correct. I was trying to click the other Chrome page that I have up. It's like a mountainside, but also like mud and stuff. Oh, okay, so it's like a specific type of mountainside. I got you. It kind of, I mean, it's obviously brown and not green, but it reminds me of those crag rock mountains that you used to see in, like, I think it's one of the Minecraft mods. It's like an old mod too. This type of green rock from Biomes O'Plenty. It reminds me of this, but obviously brown instead of green. Let's maybe go a shade lighter than that. And give this guy one handsome jawline. It's gonna come like this. just like so. There we go. And then it's going to come kind of up and around. Let's go like that. Yeah, that's a good way to go up, I think. Well, I don't know. I just don't feel like I want to go this high. But I also feel like I don't want it to drop back down. You know what I mean? Like... Oh, gosh! Oh, my goodness. Dude. Oh, my headset volume was way too loud. Dude, you just scared the crap out of me. Oh, my gosh. Oh my gosh. I do I do like the saxophone. Crocs should be a slightly different color. Also, the noses are different. Yes! Yes, they are! Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. Maybe you were here for that. I don't know. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, I thought something was like on fire. I thought that was an alarm. Oh my gosh. There are gonna be versions for when it's touching grass and stuff. I messed up my keyboard somehow. Like I changed the language. Oh my gosh, what? You changed the language of your keyboard? Oh gosh, good luck. Good luck with that one, buddy. Let's go ahead and bring the rest of this back down, right? Oh my gosh. Fixed it. It's Windows Space. Got it. So I will not do Windows Space. Yeah, I was terrified. That was bad. I'm still getting over it. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Huh. Just kind of doing this border around the bottom here. The thing is, I really don't know what I'm doing. A crocodile's so basic, like it's really just a matter of, it's gonna be like my elephant texture. It's a matter of doing this kind of a lot, right? I guess we can pick that color again, or pick this lighter color. I don't know. Let's pick the darker one and we'll mix it up. Sometimes my keyboard changes language. Like the what? It's an alligator. You called it a croc. Did I call it a croc? Dude, I'm gonna blame Franny for that one. And say that he fried my brain when he played that audio noise, and it's no longer working properly. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So we can do something like that. And I'm going to draw this line straight down the back here. There we go. Draw another one here. We can just kind of keep going like that. There we go. Sorry, no worries, man. I'm just messing with you. Alligators do have pointy tails. Yeah, they do have pointy tails, but I don't want it to get too long. And if I taper it any more than this, it becomes super kind of detailed and it looks non-Minecrafty, you know? And I don't want it to feel, I really want it to feel like Minecraft. That's kind of like my #1 concern. So we're just going to leave it with a big stubby tail like this, you know? And I think it's okay. And, you know, if later I change my mind, then I change my mind and we can fix it up. So then we can go like this and then maybe have this like here and then have it come in. There you go. Some pretty basic detailing. But I think that's pretty good. All right, let me check the Discord. Oh, gosh. Holy crap. I'm assuming you just haven't touched the rest of the tile set, but it looks like it's just completely different. Why does it even... Why do you have like a brown one and a green one? For like, is that like a tilled path? I'm really curious as to what this is gonna be. I'm very interested as to what this will be when it's done. That gator has a name and it's Princess. So sorry about that. My bad. Princess here has a stubby tail. They were in an accident and they have a stubby tail. So yeah, let's go color pick here. Oh gosh, my ears, like it's like I keep having flashbacks to the saxophone. It's not good. Let's just kind of pepper in some detailing here, I suppose. Try and get it nice and random. Get something like this. Whoop. There we go. I think this is looking good. Looking good. Just keep going. Keep going. There we go. It's a pretty nice back to our gator. You could say that gator got back. Ha 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 ha. I'm so good at bad jokes. There we go. There we go. This side's already done, so then we can kind of just, you know, splot in this type of stuff. And whatnot. There we go. Cuckoo. There we go. I didn't do the detailing, did I? Or the line on the bottom. Hey, gotta go. Please have a beautiful rest of your day. Hey, no worries. Thank you. Thank you. You too, man. I won't do any saxophones. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate that. One is grass. The other is path. The brown one is just for transitioning between different ones. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I figured that would be the case. That one would be a path. That's pretty cool that you have ugh, my eyes got rub 'em. That you have custom type path blocks and whatnot. Because honestly, if I added like a new or special type of grass, I would probably just make it so that it became the basic default path when you hit it with a shovel, or I just would kind of forget about that mechanic entirely and have it do nothing. But I don't know. I don't have any special types of grass or anything like that, so. Oop, not down there. We're just gonna keep going like this. I think this is looking good. Looking good. But this is gonna be what we're doing for the next, like, probably half an hour to an hour. It's just this. We're gonna grab different shades of green and do this. There we go. There we go. All right. But the textures are not for Minecraft. Oh yeah, I forgot. Forgot that you said you were gonna make you're making your own game and whatnot. Well, that makes more sense. Ignore me. I'm an idiot. Let's come over here. We do it like that? Yeah, we did do it like that. Okay. All right, there we go. Bring this out by 1. Bring it up by 1. Bring that jawline out. There we go. All right, there we go. Perfect. Now let's grab this. Cool. They would look better if they were for Minecraft, because then I'd only have to make some textures and not a whole tile set. Yeah, that is true. It's too bad. You know what? Maybe you should just make Minecraft. No, I'm playing with you. We need to get a nice belly color, right? A nice light white color. But something still definitively in the gray set, right? Or in the yellow set. So something like this maybe is a good start. Then we can come over here, paste it in, bucket fill the face. It's very important. I've forgotten to switch that from face or from element to face before. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Although we can bucket fill this element. But then we want to go right back to face for this. And this. And we can come up with a nice blend here. So let's color pick this. Color pick this. Okay, so they're literally different shades. That's going to be a little tricky. But I think we can start by making this a little bit lighter. Kind of coloring in all of this. And then grab this color, put it all over the place here. Actually, it needs to be even lighter. Kind of put it all over the place here. There we go. Something like that. What did I do? I messed up the tail. Whatever. Not a problem. At least it's like the smallest unit I could have messed up, so we can fix it. There we go. What cube size have you gone for the face? Let me check real quick. The face here is a 10 by 8 by 9. So that is 10 wide here. 8 blocks or 8 pixels tall and then 9 pixels long. And then the snout, I think comes out by what? Another 8 pixels, another 8 pixels. There we go. Something like this. There we go. Sweet. Let's grab this darker shade and just kind of mix in a few into the tail, just so we don't forget to do that later. There we go. Let's grab this shade and kind of mix it in here. Kind of all over the place because this is the shade it's supposed to be by default. Let me kind of just keep going like this. And then we can grab this, bring this out here, bring it out here, bring it out here and here. Oop, not quite that. There we go. And then like that. Perfect. Then I think we can grab this shade that has a different color, kind of, yeah, mix it in to this up here. And this is actually as light as this top spinal separation or whatever is actually going to get. So we can go something like this. Oops, there we go. Just kind of keep blending. Oops, there we go. Perfect. It's looking good. We need to grab this color, go back to our brush, and paint it in here. We then need to paint it in here and here. We need to look at some more gator photos. See how far up the chin, not painting, that white part comes. And it really does. It seems like it comes pretty much up the whole thing. That like chin is almost speckled in white. So we're gonna try and kind of do that, but we're gonna do much more of a blend. So let's grab this light color here, and try and speckle in that whiteness right on the chin. There we go. I think that looks a little bit better, at least for the front. I don't think this line that we've done is accurate, but it's fine. We're just going to leave it for now, and if we really hate it, we can always change it. So let's go something like this. There we go. Make that lighter even. And start speckling that in there. I do think that kind of sets us up for the undertone of the belly. Or the lighter tone on the belly, I should say. And I want to, yeah, mix up this darker tone with a light one that's still a bit darker than the previous shade we had. That's too much. There we go. Something like this. Then we need to go with that light shade that we had there and bring this up to the orangey hue. And pepper in a few of the... Well, honestly, I think this whole bottom part needs to be this color. And it needs to be even lighter. There we go. Then let's go with this and start making this darker. Oh, wow. And we can kind of mix that in. Yeah, something like this. Okay, now it's learning time. I'm slow and so on to express sadness. But I'm slow and so on to express sadness. Oh, I got you. I got you. I get what I feel like I have to reread what like sometimes to get what you're trying to go for. It's probably like a regional not dialect, but like phrasing type thing. Plus I'm a little slow. So that's probably not helping. Let's go like this. Okay, their bellies seem to be pretty dark through, but their throats seem to get pretty light. Let's see if we can try and mimic or mirror that. Here, by grabbing this super dark part here and making it yet a shade darker, and trying to bring it up just the ever so slightest bit. Then we can go where this really light shade was and maybe just tune it up into the orange. It's too dark. There we go. Something like this, and obviously it's going to need a little bit more variation played into it. Even lighter shade. Yeah. Something like that. But this is looking really good. I'm liking what we have. Make it a tad bit darker just to give some play and some variation. Yeah, that works for me. Make it even darker so that we can kind of get rid of all these spots here. Dude, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's coming together. Really coming together. But that belly. Okay. So it is white. It just comes down by a decent amount. And we can try and introduce like a scaly pattern, and that might help. Yeah, so on the sides here, it's going to wrap around a lot more than on the neck. Food. What about food? Alligator food? Is that what you're talking about? I don't. What are you talking about? You got to go get food? One word at a time. Let's nix this color. Make it a lot lighter. Something like this. Whew. There we go. Something like this. There we go. Okay, now we need something like this color. And so we're going to start doing something like this. Just because that, I think, looks a bit more natural. We can kind of nix this line that we did originally. We can make something a little bit lighter than that, just to kind of taper it off, make it blend a bit more. But it's not really supposed to blend, so it's not really like, not something we're going to lean into super hard. But I think that's looking good. It's also going to help if we take this color over here, and that's what we use to kind of fill in these spots. Something that's a little bit darker already, something that lends itself to blending a little bit more. Just like so. There we go. Now let's take this light color here and kind of just, you know, mix it in a little bit, right? Not like there, but maybe there, right? There we go. And that's bad, but we're going to blend it more later. We can go like this. And kind of try and, yeah, just, you know, make a bit more of a natural, a nice shape, some good shading in here. Ooh, just really trying to create the roughest of rough drafts. I guess technically that's what we had originally, and that's what we're refining. We're just trying to refine our rough draft here. Let's grab this color. Go here, 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 and here. Something like that. Get rid of these dark shades up here. And then we can grab this light color here. And then plop it down like this. Then we can go like that. Oops. There we go. And yeah, that's not looking good, but I mean, we'll blend it and it will look much, much better. So let's come up here and grab this shade and go just a shade darker with it. And then try and blend something like this We can go a shade darker. Maybe even a little bit darker. Yeah. There we go. We're just going to keep going like this. I think this is looking already a lot better than what we had before, which is usually how it goes. As soon as you start throwing texturing and shading on there, if it looks worse than what you had before, that's how you know you got the wrong texture. Wrong shade. You're going to want to try a different color, a different texture, and etc., etc. So, yeah, just be cautious, be wary. It should look, I mean, not perfect, but better. Right, all we're aiming for is better every time. A little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. Perfect, right? Then we can come back up here. We can grab this a touch lighter shade here and kind of splot it in. It's kind of randomly here, like this. And just like that, we've got something that looks pretty dang good. Let's see how the tails come. Yeah, so it looks like that darkness kind of continues to wrap around for the tail. So I'm going to grab this shade. Try and continue that pattern here. Something like this. There we go. Then we can go like this, and then this, and then this, all the way down the tail end there. That makes sense right there. And then we can kind of just bring it in again. Something like that, I think, looks pretty good. Let's go ahead. Let's grab, some of these texture up here. Make it, different. Make it lighter. Because, yeah, we don't need that dark rim around the thing we started with, which is okay, We're just going to get rid of it. Kind of forgot that my dad's been gone on a trip for a while. He just got back. It's like, oh hey, how's it going? He's like, no hug, no, missed you. I was like, oh yeah, you've been gone. Kind of just do my own thing around here, you know. So let's go like this. That's too light for the top part, but I think that's looking good. I think our belly is looking pretty dang good. I'm gonna fix up the back parts of this tail and whatnot. Getting rid of all these dark spots. That's fine, I think. Then we can grab some of this lightness and then kind of mix it in a little bit like that. There we go. And I gotta take a quick bathroom break, and then I will be right back. So while I'm in the bathroom, I'm gonna play a quick ad so that when I get back, y'all don't have to worry about that. We shall be right back. All right, we tease back. It's time to get going. Let's see on the texture here. Now the thing is, I think as far as the basics go, we've got pretty much what we need. What we need to do is we need to take this detailing back here, stretch it out through the rest of the body here. So I'm thinking we take this dark color and kind of pair it to this color here. And I'm thinking that's going to help it a lot, right? If we just kind of pair these colors up a little bit. Something like this. Something like this, sir. Yeah, especially around this central, spinal area that we got going on, because we've already got that to be a little bit deeper. Or deeper in color, I should say, in shade. A nice darker color. There we go. We're just gonna keep going like this, right? Something just like this. Keep bringing it out. There we go. Oh, that was too much. There we go. And do this side now. And this is a pretty big texture. It's going to be, like I said, probably a good 30 more minutes at least of just this. Bringing this texture out, and then we can make, I think I'm excited to make that reptile leather item texture. I think that can look really cool because we're basically just going to capture the essence of what we've done here. Let's go lighter with it and mix that in. Just to kind of break up your eye, right? You know, make you see a couple different colors in there. And in doing so, they should all blend together. Oh, you know what? There's no dark shade up here. So let's go back to the dark one. Kind of bring it out like this. There we go. Now we can take that green color that we had, that lighter greenish, kind of mix it in to the rest of the spots. There we go. Something like this. Something. There we go. All right. Have I said that I'm really happy with what we have? I think this has come along so quickly and so well, and I'm very happy with it. So quickly, about 2 hours, but not that bad, because entities like this can take several hours, 4 or 5 hours to be fully finished, painted and made and textured and whatnot. So we're looking pretty good here. Yes, sir. There we go. Let's see how that's looking. If that's enough or if we need to add even more. So obviously the spikes up here need to be, you know, added. But I think that that's enough for our texture blending. And obviously we need to do the feet. But I think that's looking pretty good. Maybe we should take some of these really dark bits up here and speckle it in down here to the backs of the tail. but I think we're looking pretty dang good. Obviously, so we need to do the feet and the spikes. So let's go ahead and paint. First thing I'm going to do is create spikes by erasing specific points. There we go. Two, three, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12. And already it's looking so much better just by putting those ridges in. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do the other side. I've kind of lost my place. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. And just like that, we've got some good spikes in. Next, we need to bring... Let's Control Z, actually. And Control Z, let's do this one, and this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then this one, this one. Just like that. So obviously those need to be colored in, texture mixed, and whatnot. But I think that's looking really good. Let's go ahead and grab this color. Get rid of this. I'm just going to kind of texture mix in that dark color here around these bases. The bottoms of the spines and the spikes, because I think that's going to look pretty natural, or at least more natural. We can grab this. There we go. Let's grab the next lighter shade here. Yeah, kind of mix that in here because it's still darker than what we've got up on these spikes here. And I think after this, we're probably good. Because something like this, you don't want too many different colors. You need it to be able to blend still. And these are really small, so having about three colors will probably be plenty. Let's go ahead and just continue down the back here. Something like that. There we go. Oops, wrong one. There we go. Something like this. And then, oops, Control Z. There we go. All right, man. Go back to the edit, close this. And I think it's a pretty good alligator texture. I'm really happy with this. Well, okay, we got to do the legs. I actually kind of forgot about the legs there for a second. So let's go down here. Let's color pick this, or one of these, and then make it really dark. That's gonna be our toenails. So that, and yeah, it's gonna look like they only have 4. They have 5, but whatever. I think this is good. Let's grab this color, which is our new darkest shade. Kind of encapsulate the toes. There we go. And then here, something like this. Just some basic texturing. Just to kind of break up monotony, make sure it looks different. And not just like a plastic piece of leg. Go like this. Kind of keep it going. Ooh, Control Z. There we go. Just keep going like that. Let's grab this color. Put that on the bottoms of here, just because I think that'll look better that way. Grab this and get a real nice dark tone. A real nice dark tone, because after all, they are walking around on this, their feet, right? So then we can shade in that with that real nice dark tone. Color it in, and then get a little bit lighter with it. Oop, let's go here. Just kind of mix that in a little bit. There we go. Let's grab this green color, of course, and kind of pepper that in there. There we go. Perfect. All right, let's go back to the edit. It's not great. We need to get that darker shade in there. This one. So every now and then we need to splotch in this darker tone. There we go. Edit, close, boom. There we go. I think that is pretty much perfect for our gator texture. I'm not seeing any areas that we missed. So let's zoom out. Oop. Scroll down, scroll over, scroll back. There we go. Perfect. Let's go over here to animate and make some animations. So we're going to add, the first animation we're going to add is idle. We always add the idle one first. It's just kind of a habit here. So I'm going to have it laid down. So the first thing it's going to do is come, ooh, let's lock that position. Yeah, there. And in about half a second, I want it to go from there to down. No, not the whole thing. Let's expand this out. We're going to have the head go down, or the torso go down and back. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, I just realized, or just kind of remembered, we are going to need to, what am I trying to say here? We are going to need to set all of the rotations for everything and make sure that they are proper. Let's drop the head in the torso and the tail in the torso. So the alligator, let's center that pivot point. There we go. That is the nice pivot for the alligator. For the torso, though, we want that pivot to be higher. And yeah, pivot right about there. For the legs, we also want the pivot to be higher, right about there. We can then drop out this torso, come to the head, and this is going to come up, over, and even down by 1. There we go. That's perfect for the head. Tail's going to have to come up here. There we go. Let's add another thing here and call it tail tip. And then we can do this. Drag and drop all that into the tail tip. Close, close. Tail tip should be here. And then the tail. Yep, there we go. And then the legs we already have set. We can drop that out and put this front leg. Let's just center the pivot and then bring it up. And then same with this one, center pivot, bring it up. We can just kind of repeat this over and over again. Okay, and then last one. Whoo! I don't know if you can hear that, but my wrist is a poppin'. We have been working on this for a bit. Let's go to animate. Collapse all of this. Yeah, we don't want a gator thing. We can actually go ahead and delete this. We want the torso. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just move the whole gator. Why not, right? So the whole gator can come back by about 2 and down by 3. You know what? Screw it. Let's make it go back by 3 as well, right? And then for each of the legs, we are going to want them to rotate by 90 degrees. Ooh. No, we are not. We're going to want to drop this down so that it's centered in there. That makes a bit more sense. Let's drop this down by 2. Drop this down by 2. Drop this down by 2. And then animate. If we rotate this leg by 80 degrees. There we go. Rotate this leg by 80. Actually, that's a bit too much, huh? Oops. And we actually don't want that until later, don't we? So this one should be 0. We need to zoom ahead. And then rotate these legs. Why is this one 80? What the heck? Oh, okay. That would be why. I did not rotate the files, I just rotated the legs, didn't I? Okay. Or the things. There we go. Let's do that. There we go. Now we've got it all fixed. Let's make this one 75. Yeah, the back ones can be 75. These ones can be 80. There we go. And we're going to have that hold at last frame. So it's just going to lay down. And just sit there. Right? Whenever it's idle. Seems like a gator move, right? Just sitting there. Pretty lazy. Let's add a swim texture. Or a swim one. Actually, let's duplicate and call it swim. Rename this to swim. Open up each of these legs. We can delete all of this. Move this back. And let's make it not quite so drastic. But maybe drop them all down by 10. And then its tail is going to be pretty much the only animations that we have. So this can be locked in here. It's going to rotate by about 20 degrees, I think. 15? I think that works. And then let's do the tail tip by another 15. Okay, these need to move out to here. This should be 0. This should be 0. So if I... Okay, so the alligator part here can be deleted, remove. And this is going to be a loop. Loop. Okay. I think that's pretty good. But we need the tail and the tail tip. We don't need the gator. We can then Control C, Control V. And then just add negatives to all this. Except these, which should be 0. So this is the swimming texture. And let's add a walking texture or animation. Come on. It's also going to be about a second. How do gators walk? Do they do it 2 legs at a time or 1 leg at a time? Yeah, it looks like they bring the... See, now all of these look contradictory. Because this one seems to imply that they do left and then right, you know? But this one seems to imply that they synchronize opposite legs, which is normal. It's how most animals walk. I think they're going to synchronize opposite legs. So all we're going to need here is all of the legs, pretty much. So if we bring this one forward by about 35, then we also need to bring this one forward by about 35. Let's bring these forward here. Add a rotation lock on all the rest of these. This should be 0, and this should be 0. And if those are going forward, then these should go backwards by about 35. like that. Then we can jump forward half a second. Copy, paste. Jump forward again. Make these ones go backward this time. Do it again here. Then, do it again here, but forwards. And then break this one forwards. And then we can copy that and then paste that. And then rename, change this to loop. And we can have the tail wiggle a little bit too. Let's have that tail rotation lock and then go here. So if they're going forward with the right, he's going to swing that tail just a tiny bit to the right. And then here, we can copy paste. And then here, he's going to swing that tail to the left by about 5. And then we can copy paste and then there we go. Let's actually come over here, grab the head and maybe bring it up by 1. So it's kind of like he's picking his head up to walk forward, right? And we can have that swing a little bit too. But it's going to swing opposite. So it's going to swing like this. And it's just going to be the tiniest bit here. Copy and paste. Copy and paste, but make it be positive. And then copy and paste. All right. There we go. The idle animation. Should bring his head down probably, huh? And then let's also have it rotate. So let's go here, lock that rotation, go here, and have it go down by like 5. So he's kind of resting his head too. Maybe just the slightest rotation. So he kind of, yeah, plops right down. He's having a nice lazy day. And for the swim, I think maybe we have his head up just the tiniest bit. So as he's trying to breathe almost. Maybe see where he's going. I don't know. Let's just leave it like this. So that's those 3. And then we need an attack animation. Right? So an idle, swim, a walk, and an attack animation. So within, I think, even a fraction of a second, I want him to attack. So the head is going to be rotated back like this. And then the jaw and upper jaw are going to come into play. Ooh, we need to edit those, don't we? Jaw, that's upper jaw. And then regular jaw, there we go. Perfect, animate. So these are going to be rotation locked. I'm going to go literally 2 frames forward, 2 frames forward. This jaw is going to be open. This jaw is going to be open. 2 frames forward. No, you know what? This should go 1 more. Then we copy and then paste. So that's it. Literally just a snap, 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 snap. Perfect. A couple things we need to do. We need to come in here. Oops. We need to come in here and move the jaw. Let's actually take the whole head first and move it out, and then take the jaw and move the upper jaw and move it like this. Because we're going to need to add some texturing in here, because these are areas that you usually won't be able to see, but with the animations you will be able to see. So just to make sure that they don't look really weird, we're going to want to draw in some texture. So mostly it's going to be this part right here that needs our attention. So let's go here and like this. Let's actually take this part and bring it out. Something like this. There we go. And then we can grab this texture and maybe bring it around like this. Grab the darker shade and kind of just, you know, splot it in like that. And then grab this green hue and kind of give it part of the texture as well. There we go. Super easy fix. We can even kind of just do a little bit here for when his head turns, which is, we can do it just a little bit like so. Do a little bit more on this side. Grab this texture. There we go. And then for the jaw, I think the inside's fine. Actually, I'm just going to grab kind of a black hue for this part. And then I'm going to go with red, I think. But before we do that, let's just search alligator throat. Yeah, make sure that it is indeed like a pink color, which makes sense, right? So yeah, they've got this like whitish pink color on their insides of their throat. So let's go down here to where the pink is. And in fact, I think we can probably color pick maybe our lightest color here and then drop it down to pink. And I think that would probably make the most sense. So I'm going to do something like this. There we go. And around the brim, I'm going to take this color and do this. Add in some shading. Well, let's do that up here first too. Something like this. Go a little bit lighter with it. Kind of just add some shading in here. Maybe go a shade darker and just speckle that in random spots. There we go. Let's grab this pink color. And there we go. Make it a little bit wider, some even lighter shades with it. There we go. Maybe even a shade lighter with it. Yeah, I didn't like that original color, but this is looking a lot better. something like this. Not there. Like that. And I think that's pretty much good. I think what I'm going to do, though, is quickly grab all of these teeth. And duplicate. Bring them down. And over. So we can bring them up by maybe 0.5. And then bring them back to -3. There we go. Let's duplicate again. Actually, before we do that, let's drop these into jaw. Duplicate again. Move them over here. And then we can do these. Duplicate again. Change this to 7.5. And I don't know, maybe move this to 31.25. No, it's this one, isn't it? Change this to 1. Whoa. Yeah, maybe we should just leave it like this, huh? Close that upper jaw. Or close that lower jaw, grab that upper jaw, drop it back down to where it... Oop, whoopsie. Let's, Control, drag and drop into jaw. Collapse. Grab the upper jaw, drop it back down where it belongs. Grab the head, move it where... Oop, not that. The head. Move it where it belongs. Just like so. And then go into the animations. Watch them all play one more time. There we go. Then we can watch the idle animation play. Doesn't really expose anything weird. The swim animation. Which is, could use some work, but I really want to move on. So, we can always tweak it later. Let's go to the walk animation, which is what you're going to see more often, I would think. And it's not bad at all. And there we go. All right. Let's go back to the edit, zoom out, file, save project. This is going to be mods, ACES MC, critters. New folder we're going to call alligator. There we go. And then we're going to save it right in there. File save, file export, geckolib animations, confirm. Save this in ACES critters right here. We're going to call this alligator.animation. Save. File export geckolib model alligator.geo. Save. Save this texture. Alligator texture. Save. Then we can come in here. We can import a geckolib model from video game junk, Minecraft junk, mods, ACES MC, critters, alligator, alligator.geo. Animate, save, alligator, alligator.animation. Select that, there we go. Resources, import, entity texture, alligator texture, boom. I want to see how many entity textures we have now, because it's a bunch. Look at that, almost 2 full rows of entity textures now, which is super cool. Let's go up here, go to critters, and then add our alligator. Boom, alligator, add animated entity, which is right here. We're going to call it alligator. It's going to have the alligator.geo.json. Texture is going to be alligator texture. Bounding box, as far as height goes, it should only be, well, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's not even one block. Let's do 0.9. I'd say that should be plenty. Width depth is going to be interesting. So I feel like I want this to only be about 3 in length. So let's bump this up to 1.5 because that is in diameter, not radians. And then the shadow size, we can leave this at maybe, yeah, 0.8. Let's leave it at 0.8. Because otherwise it's going to be this huge shadow. It's not even going to make any sense. Maybe even 0.7 makes more sense. Let's go into here and color pick this deep green color. Make that our primary gator color. And then we can do this color, the belly color, for our secondary gator color. And that's going to be our gator egg. We can put that in ACES critters as well as spawn eggs. This is all fine for now. Behavior is going to be a creature. It is a water-based creature, at least for the damage it's going to take. That's increases damage from specific enchantments. It is going to be immune to drowning, explosions, wither, fire, arrows, lightning, anvil, fall damage, potion effects, trident, cactus. All of this stuff can be okay. Optional drop we will get to. Health value, I think I want it to be at 12. Or maybe 10. 5? 9. 4.5 hearts seems pretty good, but I want it to have some pretty good built-in armor protection. Zombies by default have 2, so we're actually going to give these a default of 5. And maybe cut them down to 8. So only 4 hearts, but 5 armor protection, so they're going to be pretty well protected just by default. Their attack strength is going to be pretty dang high. I want them to be able to pretty much 3-shot the player, so that's going to be 7. Let's see. This parameter controls how many blocks far the entity is tracked by the players. Setting the parameter to 0 will disable rendering and collision of the entity entirely. Oh, dang, okay. Follow range defines from which distance will mob notice / continue chasing player / target. 16 is fine. Actually, let's cut that down to 12. Attack knockback. Their attack knockback resistance, though, is going to be pretty dang high, at probably the same as the Ravager, 0.5. I don't really want them to have any attack knockback. In fact, if anything, I would want them to hold you still. Their movement speed is actually, you'd be surprised, alligators are wicked fast. So I'm going to put this at 0.4. And that might even be too slow, but we'll see. It is not a water entity. This just makes it spawn in water, right? We'll make the entity have a water type navigator, water motion control, and allow world spawner to spawn in fluids. Yeah, so we do not want that. No sync data, no inventory, no triggers, AI and goals. We want it to fight attacker mobs back, call for backup, for sure. Well, no call for backup. But wander around, look around, float in water. No breed tasks, no leap at target tasks. No panicking. Swim randomly with speed factor of 1. Actually, let's make this 1.2. Because they will swim faster than they walk. None of this, I think. No avoid entity. Climb on top of powder snow, no. Find and move towards air. Follow boats. That could be interesting, but I don't want them to do that. Follow same mobs, no. Follow stuff in hand? Potentially, right? Let's say, there should be like a good couple of things that they would follow, right? But maybe for now we just have them follow fish. In hand with factor, and that's gonna do that. Should this be above here? Let's leave it down there. That's fine. Then let's have it try and find water. We're gonna have it want to be in water. None of this. Yeah, okay. Hopefully this is good. We might have to test this out a little bit. Change this eye height to 0.6, I think. 0.7. Maybe even 0.8. Let's try that. As far as spawning goes, we want it to spawn as an ambient with a spawn weight of 20. That's fine. Despawn when idle. Minimum group size can be 1. Maximum group size can be 4. That's fine. Maybe even 5. Biomes where they spawn are going to be exclusively the 2 swamp biomes. No dungeons, no raids, no custom spawning conditions. Animation, here we're going to put idle, and then walk, and then attack, and then swim. I believe those are the 4 that we made. None of the rest of these, none of the rest of these we made. Let's check this and call this head and see if we can't get that head turning every now and then. This determines how long the attack animation of your entity keeps playing. If you set this value higher than how long the animation lasts, it will play again after finishing. Okay, that's fine. Disable entity death rotation, no. Entity death in time and ticks. This is all fine by me. Animation transition ticks. All right, we're all good. Let's go ahead and launch our game. And after nearly 3 hours of modding, we are able to, big stretch. We're going to finally test to see if our alligator is, how our alligator is in mod. And if it's doing okay, we can officially add one more thing to our list. And we are then at 53. 53 freaking things. That's ridiculous. Let's open, I think I have imp leather here. That's the standard leather. So in here we can make a reptile leather item that this alligator can drop. That's pretty nice. Let's see. Sorry, I'm answering some Discord messages here while we wait on the Minecraft game to launch. Let's go here, color pick this color, copy it into here, bucket fill 1 globally, this. In fact, actually, let's just make that the lightest one. We can then go even darker with it. Let's go here, and then go a little bit lighter. Maybe there. Bucket fill there. All right. And then we can pick this color. That's going to be the lightest color. Control C. Paste it into here and bucket fill there. Then we can do this color. That's going to be our nice greenish color. Paste it again and do there. And then we're going to do that color. And we're kind of just going to do this again for all of them. But for too long, we should have a decent looking reptile leather texture. Let's do here. Copy and then paste it one last time. And it still, yeah, it still kind of looks weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and try and change up the shape just a little bit, right? Dude, my boy Xander. Deleting stuff. Look at you go, man. He's back. He's back. Welcome to the stream, Xander. I appreciate all the work you do, man. Let's go here. Something like this. Yeah, I think that's looking good. Let's erase that. Well, what if we brought this out? That's looking a little bit better. So let's grab this. Start doing this type of stuff. There we go. All right, Zan, if you're still watching, check this out. This is what we've been working on for the past 3 hours all stream. You get that nonsense out of here, boy. Miss you too, bro. Miss you too. I knew you've been gone. It's been a bit of a pain. I've been craving the overcooked. Let's go ahead and /clear. Check this out. We just added an alligator. This is an alligator spawn egg. And its idle animation doesn't seem to be playing properly. Let's go back to animate, idle, loop mode, hold, no. Let's just have it hold on last frame. Hold on last frame does not seem to be working. He's just teabagging over and over again, which is kind of ridiculous. Let's see /time set day. If I was in why is he running backwards? Hang on. Am I dumb? Yeah, I made the whole thing backwards. Okay, well. Let's have this play once. Save. We'll re-import everything. Let's spin this 180 degrees. 190 degrees. 100. What the heck? $180 degrees is there, but that is not a full rotation. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I see. I'm still in animate. I need to edit, don't I? Haha, silly. Rotate. Sweet as hell. Backward running gator. YMC is really. I know. Bro, you just shot all my confidence to hell, dude. Oh my gosh. Dude, it is so funny, man. This thing is ridiculous. Bro, every time he takes off, I die. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there we go. That'll fix the backwards part. Let's move the boy just a little bit forwards. File, save project, file, export gecko lib model, save, yes, animate, save. There we go. This just plays once, right? Play once, save. Okay. Okay. Say that all again. We can save and quit the title there. Come back to our little gator skin texture here. Bro, I'm literally shed a tear over that. Gosh, where? There we go. That was the, ooh, this is the super light shade that we had, right? Let's pepper that in here. Yeah. Yeah, I miss you, dude. Gonna get my exam done so we can game later. What time are we thinking? Keep working on that gator. Show it to me later. Ha 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 ha. What a poet. Bro, just get your exam done. I'll probably, maybe 7 or 8 or after. Maybe before then. It's hard to say. But yeah, just hit me up. Hit me up when you finish that exam, man. And we can do some stuff. We can do some MC, whatever. Maybe Overcooked. Whatever you want to do, man. Go like this. There we go. Something like that. And then color pick this. Place that in there. Color pick this. Go back. Needs to be a shade darker. Something like that looks good for our reptile leather. You know, maybe we could do a little bit better, but let's cut this off. All right, let's save as a new texture item. Call it. Dude, redeemed a hydrate. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's finish. I'll save this real quick. I'm gonna call this reptile leather. Save. Close. Open up our gator here. Behavior. Make that the drop that it has. Oh, we gotta add that as an item. Let's get that hydrate in, boy. Sounds great. This cooking is gonna be intense. So drink up. All right, let's go, boy. All right, gotta fill our glass, and we'll be right back. Woo! Fix up my blankie. Here we are. Nice full glass of, come on there, full glass of water there. Woo! Thank you, Zan, for the second hydrate this stream. I'm staying nice and hydrated today. Ain't gonna be no dehydrated boys in the chat. Not today, not today. Let's keep going. Let's add ourselves the reptile skin item. Reptile leather. There we go. Come in here. Call this reptile. There we go. And it just looks like green leather. It doesn't look great, but that's fine. We can fix it. Add this into the critters. And all the rest is going to be just fine. See you in a bit, buddy. Yes, sir. I'll see you right in a bit. In just a little bit, man. Alright, we got that reptile leather added into the game. Now we can make it so that it's in behavior, isn't it? Yeah, so that our gator here drops reptile leather when killed. Perfect. And I guess what we need to do now is just go to a swamp biome and make sure that, well, let's back out. We got to re-import Gecko lib model, alligator animation. Open this up, save it one more time, and then launch the game. And now we can double check that our alligators are spawning in the swamps like what we want. And as long as we have that, then we can start work on our reptile leather armor, which is going to be, whoa, way down here. One more set of armor. Dude, if we had 2 more sets of armor, we would have a full row of armor sets, new types of armor in the game. But no, alas, we are only going to add 1 more. At least I only have the idea for 1 more before this update comes out. So we shall see, I suppose, because at this point we have our gator added. Let's go ahead and hop into here, our changelog, scroll down, and find where we have been putting our new entities, like our mossling, our turkey, our cockroach. Right after the cockroach, let's add alligator. It's going to be an ambient entity which spawns in swamp biomes. 2, 3 dash drops reptile leather. There we go. Perfect. I think that is pretty much everything that we need to know about the alligator. So we can come and bring... Oh, come on now. Where'd it go? There we go. Bring this this test world over here. Oh, big stretch, man. I gotta stretch so bad. Okay. We can make up a new world and go to a nearby swamp biome, see if we can get any alligators spawning. So let's create a new world. Wait for it to load. Game mode creative. Create new world. Let's go. All right. She loading. There we go. Perfect. Not seeing... You know, every time I load into a new world, first thing I like to do is just look around and see how many new things that I've added to the game we can find, such as the deer over there, which seem to be the only thing I'm seeing around here. Oh, there's some strawberries, which is nice. Okay, we need to find a swamp. I was gonna see if I can... I'm looking for poison ivy, because poison ivy is supposed to be kind of rare. Some more wild strawberries. That's nice. So it makes sense I'm not finding any. There is some. There's some right there. Yeah, grows in some small patches. You got to be able to avoid it. So that's kind of cool. Oh, a nice meadow biome with the willow trees. All right. Slash locate biome swamp. There we go. Click and then teleport. Okay. This is a tiny little biome. This is horrible. Doesn't help. Like, what are the odds that an alligator spawns right here? Probably 0. Pretty much 0. Oh, okay, there's another. There's some more swamp. It's like, this is ridiculous. Come on. Let's come over here. Maybe a mangrove swamp would have been better, because mangrove swamp has traditionally have a bit more land. This is cool, though. Look at this. We found a little witch hut. Some nice beavers. Cute. Look how many beaver there are. That's goofy. I love the black cats that spawn in the witch huts. It's so adorable. Look at the little beaver kit, too. Aw. He's so adorable. So actually, something I found out recently was that beavers only make noise while they are babies. So I'm going to come in here. I'm still going to leave the hurt and death noises, but I'm actually going to remove the ambient noise from our adult beaver because they just won't make ambient noise. But having them make noise when they're hit and when they die, that still makes sense to me, even though they don't technically make any noise. But once they're adults, they don't make any sort of ambient noise whatsoever. So let's go ahead and make that change. Keep an eye out, see if we can't find any alligators. Oh, come on. I mean, we already know. We can always spawn in an alligator manually, right? And see if we really want to test them out and see what they're like. now that we fixed their animations and whatnot. But I really want to find some naturally spawning ones, just to kind of prove that they are spawning. It is like best case, because there could be a bug, right, where it's not spawning properly. And if that is the case, I don't want to like save it. There we go. Check that out. Okay, well, it looks like they are still just kind of teabagging all over the place, which is a bit derpy. We need to fix that. But yeah, there we go. Okay, I think what we should do, because having them walk around so fast is a bit jarring, even though alligators are surprisingly quick. Okay. This animation is ridiculous. I need to fix this. Let's just let's change this to a loop. And then what is it? So alligator and then all the legs move. Let's just get rid of all of this. Delete it. And then move this back and have it be like a really short texture. Oh, am I missing something? Maybe the head? Yeah, okay. Delete this, bring this back, and just like, that's it. That's the animation. It just, so the transition time, that's really what's going to do it and determine the animation. So let's go ahead and save that. And that'll hopefully get them to stop teabagging all over the place. I also think that we're going to go into their AI in alligator here. Go into their AI here. And they're going to chase after the player at double speed and swim at a speed of 1.5. But they're not going to walk that fast traditionally. Traditionally, they're only going to do a 0.2 walk speed. It's going to be half of what they're doing right now. And I think that's going to make a bit more sense. And then hopefully they stop teabagging as well. But with all that stuff done, I think the swamps are really coming to life. We've got flamingos, we've got alligators, and we've got beavers, which honestly I think, let me take a look at what the flamingo and the beaver spawn rates are, because I think I want the alligators to be a bit more rare. So their spawning is about 20, gotcha, and the beaver spawning is probably also 20 if I had to guess. 25, so more likely to spawn beavers. Let's go to the alligator and bump them down to 15. And I think that's going to be a nice transition, right? You see the most beavers, then some flamingos, and then if you're not lucky, but if you keep searching, you'll find some alligators. I think that works pretty well. Let me search reptile leather. And so this is what they will drop. And it looks a little bit derpy. Because it doesn't exactly look like a gator, but I think it's fine. It just looks like green leather. We can always tweak this texture. So let's go ahead and save. If it will. There we go. Quit. Geckolib import. Import that model with those new animations, and that should hopefully fix the teabagging issue, which is just so funny to say. But there we go. And now at this point, we're pretty much just on to leather, right? So I'm tempted to make the imp leather. No, what I think what I need to do is open up the traditional leather armor and tweak that, right, to make reptile leather armor. But I think the real question is, you know what? I think I'm also going to, while I'm at it, go into the vanilla addendums, or the vanilla extensions, go into the wolf, and remove the cooked wolf because it's really cursed. Ever since the guy, ever since I was talking to my viewers about how kind of disgusting that is, I can't help but agree. I can't even remember what I was thinking when I thought, oh, this is a good idea, you know? So also, this is an unnecessary check, so we can get rid of that. Yeah, because you can't really hit things with swords in your offhand. So we don't really need to do all of that. We just need this type of stuff. Main hand, there we go. Then we can delete this, and boom. Just like that, I'd say we are good. Let's go ahead and save that mod element. And then if we do all of this and do delete butcher trades, got you. So we need to open our butcher trades, come down here and delete this, save, and then delete. Okay, try again, delete, there we go, let's delete that, perfect. Then we can go back into our change log, scroll down to changes, and go enter dash removed wolf meat, cooked and raw. Did not fit the feel. Did not fit the mod. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think it's a little cursed, so we remove those two things. Perfect. Then we can go back into here. I think well, let's keep this open for now. Let's go to our resources and let's delete those two the wolf resources, because gosh, they really are. It's gross. There we go. Scroll up a little bit and delete it here. Honestly, I don't think it looks bad, but whatever. We can always remake a texture like that and give it to some other creature, maybe the alligator. But I think that's pretty good. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, let me go into beaver. Yeah, and I think I'm handling all of these entity drops through here. Yeah. And I think there are some things where it works a little bit better this way. How do I handle, well, this is fine. I think for the beaver, we can handle it that way, but some things like the deer, I see no reason to handle it that way. Maybe we should convert those to loot tables. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. Let's see. If we scroll down here, we can open up the imp leather armor. Let's go to Minecraft's website, the Minecraft wiki, minecraftwiki.com, and then search for that leather helmet, leather cap. Try and mirror this model as much as we possibly can, right? So it looks like it drops down by about 3 pixels and then has some edges. So it doesn't have the nose piece. So we can delete that. And then it also comes back by about 4 pixels and then drops down, comes back by another 4 pixels. So that's what, about 4 pixels? Let's erase. Oops, let's move the texture over here. Let's erase this. And then let's erase not that part. Let's erase this. There we go. And then for the very back end, it looks like it comes in by 2 and then drops down again. So something like that. So that is going to, and don't worry about the actual texture. Right now, we're just trying to get the shape for our leather armor down and correct. So now we can go to, let's see, over here, these are the boots, right? So let's close this and search for leather. Well, let's just go to the tunic. Oh, Cam Titan 22. Hello. What's up, Cam Titan? How you doing? How far do these pixels go? Right now we are, I'm sure you can see, we are just finished up making this alligator. This took us about 3 hours to model, texture, animate, do all the things. But we finally got it in the game here, and now we are going to try and make a special type of leather armor that you can make from alligator leather. So we don't want to go here, we want to go back to the internet. Doesn't seem as though leather tunics have a, they're like really low cut, check that out. So it's probably going to be low cut here. Doesn't have any sort of shoulder pads, it seems. You know what? Let me Control Z that, because it probably should have at least some shoulder pads like this. That works for me. 222, yeah. And then how far down does it come? We gotta go stay here. It comes down by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I can cut that bottom part off the texture. And then it's going to come in at a slope, a gradual slope there. So there we go. And it looks like the sides are not going to drop down past that point at all. So we can just go ahead and cut this off as well. And then we can do the same for the back part. So the back is going to be like this and then like this. We can go ahead and cut this off and then do that. And that makes it so that it is symmetrical. This imp leather is a little pretty tricky texture. This is actually one of my favorite armors that I added. So it's going to be a little bit tricky to try and cut it down to regular leather. So we can go leather boots. Looks like a pretty standard texture. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels tall. So this one is 4. So let's just quickly copy that. And this is going to be 6. So we can just kind of fill this in to make a note for ourselves that, yeah, the boots are going to come up to 6. There we go, just like that. I didn't know how you could make armor textures in Blockbench. So this is not Blockbench. This is Blockbench right here. And I made the entity texture with it. I am in MCreator right now, which is what I use to just make this mod as a whole. And technically you can't make armor textures in MCreator either. I'm modifying an existing armor texture. And then I'm going to do save as new texture. Save it as an other. Then I'll export it and then import it back in as an armor texture, which, you know, might be not the easiest way to do it, but I'm lazy. And it seems like the most straightforward way to do it, at least for me, and for right now. So, we need to go back to the leather tunic. Leather tunic. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That makes sense. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we need to draw in this. And it's just going to be like that along this whole thing here. And then we can go ahead and erase that and erase that. Draw that in. And just like that, we have what is going to be our basic outline for our reptile leather. Let's go ahead and save as new right now. We're going to save it as an other and call it reptile. Do we call it reptile leather armor, or do we just call it reptile armor? I think I'm going to call it reptile leather armor. So we're going to call it reptile leather armor layer 1. Layer underscore 1. There we go. And then from here, we can start. I'm going to start just by doing some color picking off of the texture that we've already done for the leather piece. And then we can tweak it, make it look a little bit better from there. So where is our reptile leather? It's probably right here. There we go. So let's start with this darkest shade that we have. Copy it and paste it into here. And we can just do a nice outline from there, just to kind of give us a good idea of where our armor pieces are and where our outlines are, etc., etc. There we go. Just like this. That's the boots. This is the base of the boots. This is usually just one solid color. So let's go like that. This can go here. Like that. we want this. Yeah. So then, well, let's search that leather helmet again. Leather cap, it's called. Yeah, it does have a border around it. Fair enough. So let's go like this. Let's just start with the border, obviously, and we will, we will texture it all up and make it look much better once we just have a good outline. This ends here, so that needs to go there, huh? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hang on, something's not adding up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to erase this, and oops, and this. That is how it should look. Cool. Then we can do it like this. Kind of come around here. Do these straps like that. Bring this down. And just, you know, like I said, make a good outline of everything we've done so far. There we go. There we go. There we go. I do love watching this stuff come together because, you know, you always start and you feel kind of hesitant and you're like, oh, I don't know. It doesn't really look that good. What do I do? How I fix it? And, you know, you just keep playing with it. And after a while, eventually, you just end up with something that you're like, oh, wow, that's really cool. I really like that. So there we go. Let's go one of these shades and do the center part now. And because this is reptile armor, I think I want to try and do some stripes like this, kind of all the way down the back to mirror the crocodile scales that you'll have. And we can bring that down like this. And then, sure, why not bring some of this in like this as well? There we go. And then we can kind of do something like this. And then we can just kind of fill in this stuff, and we'll kind of come up with some sort of pattern or just texturizing later. Something like that should work just fine. I guess technically we're going to want to go a shade lighter before we do anything like that, huh? So let's go a shade lighter, come here, and then paste it into here. And then do it like this. There we go. There we go. There we go. The 2024.4 update is quite big, although the animation system in the GeckoLib plugin was simpler. Yeah, I don't know if you watched my video where I was talking about that, but I was reading through that changelog and was like, holy crap, like this is all very, very cool. Seems very big. I haven't updated to 2024.4 yet because I am using the block states plugin, and the block states plugin, to my knowledge, has not been updated yet, but as soon as it gets updated, I will update to 2024.4. And I am planning on uninstalling GeckoLib and converting everything to the new animations, although I'm not surprised to hear that GeckoLib plugin was simpler. If I had to guess, it could be, I mean, it could just be a matter of they still need to refine a few things, make it a little bit, you know, easier. But there's a chance that the reason why it is more complex, and like I said, I have not messed with it, have not played with it, so this could be completely wrong. But if I had to guess, or if I was going to be an optimist about it, I would say it's probably more complex because mCreator's built-in animation system has more functionality, more availability that you can do. just like more possibilities, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Whereas GeckoLib is pretty limited in its like, don't worry, I mean, don't get me wrong, you get those animations for sure, but it's pretty limited, I feel, in what you can do overall. And I'm hoping that by building them right into MCreator, it's a little bit better. I suck at the procedure systems. Yeah, see, that's the catch, though, right? Is if you're not good at procedures, it's probably going to be just much worse. So, yeah, that's tough to hear. I'm going to school for computer science, which might sound a little ironic considering I'm coding this using MCreator instead of hard code. But I am. And so I have some experience with, and I actually have a lot of previous experience with procedure block coding through a program called FLL Robotics and Mindstorm's like Lego robotics kits and whatnot. I did that type of stuff all the time back in like high school or like middle school and whatnot. So I have some pretty good experience with that. So I don't struggle too much with procedure block coding. It kind of just clicks, more or less makes sense for me. But I believe I have not seen anything about Nerdy saying he's not going to continue support for GeckoLib. And I actually know for a fact that GeckoLib has already been updated to 2024.4. So if you want to continue to use GeckoLib, you absolutely can. It's not a problem. There just is, it's probably going to be a little bit more limited in what you can do. Let's fix up this border. Now that we've got everything else going, I don't like how dark this border is and whatnot. Let's just, make it a wee bit lighter. Throw in some variation, variable shading and whatnot. Ooh, that is too light. There we go. That's better. Get rid of that. Something like this. There we go. I'm such a procrastinator. I'm always hesitant to start. Like, I was procrastinating this armor set, even though it's what I was planning on doing from the moment I made the alligator. But now that I've got this coming together, I'm like, oh, this is looking great. Like, I'm really eager to finish this and get it looking good. Put it in the game. I'm just such a procrastinator. If I have one tip, just do it. Like, I know I sound like Nike and Shia LaBeouf, but Shia LaBeouf is an old reference, 2017 Shia LaBeouf. But just do it. If you're putting something off, just do it. And if you're doing it and you're not liking it and you're not enjoying it, then stop. No one's making you. But if you're just refusing to start, you're the only one standing in your way. And I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to me right now, trying to give myself a small pep talk. To make me stop procrastinating and stuff. So yeah, let's go here and here. Just kind of making the border look a little bit better. It's not one solid color, and we're gonna go just a wee bit lighter with this as well, and pepper that in ever so slightly, as rare as we can get it. But that is looking good. Let's do a slight bit, maybe more saturated. Maybe that's what we're looking for. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's looking good. We'll pepper that in. And that's not going to make much of a difference, but to the keen eye, it'll be everything. Let's go actually even a little bit more saturated with it. Bucket fill, 1, fill globally, there. Oh, it's too similar. All right. Not surprised. Let's go like this. And just keep going around the border with this third color. I found that if you want a decent blend, or you don't want something to look too flat and monochrome, 3 textures or 3 colors. 3 colors is usually what you want. 3 separate colors. They can be similar. You know, that's up to you and how much texture and difference you want. But 3 colors. You'll want 3 different types of colors on your palette if you really want some difference. And you know, the bigger it is, that number goes up. But for most things, even the smallest things, not the smallest, sometimes you really only have room for 2. But for the most part, 3 colors. All right, let's go back to here. Let's color pick this gray tone. And let's plop it in here and just kind of mix it around, you know, all over the place. This one's really going to be random. We're going to try and break the patterns that we've been doing, right? And if it looks too clunky, that's okay, because like I said, we're going to have at least 3 colors on this main texture here. So we can always use the other color to really break it up. Let's go here. All right, and then we can go to this lightest shade here, copy it, and then paste it in here. And now it's really starting to come together. Like all the bad spots are really starting to go away. Ooh, get rid of that up here, just like that. I'm liking it. Just like that. I am really starting to like what we have here. There we go. All right. Check that out. I think that's pretty good, right? Something that's supposed to be pretty simplistic. It is just a piece of leather after all. I don't want to get too crazy with it, but I think this is looking really good. Let's go ahead and save this texture. And then we can close this, scroll down, and we now have that down here as an other texture. So let's open up our imp leather. This is the pants, explicitly for the pants. We can zoom in just a wee bit, scroll over. And now we're going to have to go back to their website just for a little bit, the wiki, and look at the pants. And it looks like this top part of the pants is going to be 4 pixels, and the rest is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pixels. So let's make sure that we have that, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Perfect. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We want to cut this down to 4, and I can only imagine that that top layer is what we want to cut off. So let's come back into here, copy, paste it in, just like this, and then we can, oops, we don't want that, we want this. We want to draw in our border texture. Now I am having a bit of a hard time differentiating the parts. That's not good. Like, hey, hold up. There we go. This is pretty clear. This is a bordered texture. All right, there we go. So we can go like that, and it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the inside. So like that. Perfect. Do one of these, and just like that. Perfect. Also suck at the new tags system. Did they overhaul the previous one, or are you talking about this? These tags. Because tags are a little bit confusing, but for the most part, Minecraft on random loot? Okay, whatever. For the most part, I feel like they're not super confusing. Talking about this, yeah, it's, I mean, learning to reference tags and whatnot can be a little bit confusing, and learning when to use them, when not to use them. But they're super useful, honestly. For the most part, they just act as any other block or item, but you can reference multiple at once. And that's, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? Tags aren't like loot tables. I feel like loot tables are kind of confusing, and take a bit of a learning curve. But, personally, I've never really had too much of a problem with the tag system. I will say when I was first learning them, I did, like, how to reference them, how they worked. I've had problems with that, but I've since, learned it, and it's gotten a little bit easier. So, for example, fences. Like, trying to tag them as fences, so that they will connect to each other. Like this. Minecraft fences. And then you just put all your special fences in here. Let's go here. We can close that. Copy this, paste it into here. Do some of these. Lion says, I have been shown pain. Check the Discord. Okay. Cryo's back, dude. Back. I had some other stuff to do. Hey, no problems, dude. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. We are working on reptile leather armor. This is what we've got for the main part of the armor. And this is what we are working on for the legs. I think it's going to be pretty dang cool. We implemented the alligator and had it added. I don't know if you saw that. And had some weird problems with the animation. But I should have fixed that. I have not tested it. But I believe it is fixed. And is no longer an issue. So that's pretty nice. Okay, there we go. Let's grab this more saturated color. Copy it. I am getting hungry. I'm only going to be able to go for another hour or two, and at most, not saying we will. And then I'm going to have to stop and get some food, man. Let's go here, just like this. There we go. Something like this. Something like this. Cool. Looks pretty nice, actually. I like the textures. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Textures, in my opinion, is like one of the hardest parts of doing really any of this stuff. So a nice texture, a compliment on the texture always means a lot to me, especially because, like, I feel like texture is how most people judge things anyways. Like, if something has a really derpy model, but it has a decent texture, all of a sudden you're like, yeah, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just so much easier to be like, yeah, good texture, good job. There we go. Oh, let's take that darker texture in there as well. For these, we can just kind of make it almost more or less random. And then for these, I want it to be like, I don't know, this. That's good. Let's grab this texture. Copy that. Paste it in. Fill it in just like this. And this is going to be the true test right here once all this red is gone. We'll kind of start to see how these pants are actually going to look. And of course, we're going to add some texture. Of course. But this is really going to let us know, you know? You know. All right. Let's go here. And I actually want to put that in here. Grab that light color and then put that here. And then we can go here. Copy it here. And paste it into here. Something like this. So I have a question for y'all. After we finish this reptile armor, we have one more thing. One single thing that still needs to be added to the mod before we can call it done and release the 1.0.7 update. I have an idea, but I'm not super happy about it. I don't think it's the best idea in the world. So what do y'all think? Let me know in the comments if y'all have any ideas whatsoever. One thing to add to the mod that you're just like, man, gotta be added, gotta be in the next update, or just something that you think would be cool. But yeah, give me some ideas, and I don't know, if I like it better than my current idea, then I'll probably go with that. So, because I'm not sold on my current idea. I think it's okay, but it really is just decorative and doesn't really serve any function. So I would like to, if I can, implement something with more function, or something that is more than just like a decorative item or something like that. Let's go to other, save this as reptile underscore leather underscore armor underscore layer underscore 2. Save. Now we can close both of these. Did I say that as a block? Like some type of idiot? Bet you anything I saved it as a block. I do that all the time. Minnow PQR. Wait, what the heck? What did I save it as? Oh, here it is. Oh, I saved it as a screen. Dang. What's the idea? It is water clovers. So you know how there are lily pads that you can find in like swamps? I thought, well, I could add like water clovers. I actually was just like out at the park and saw them and was like, oh, that's beautiful. That would be cool in Minecraft. But just like some water clovers like this that you would find on lakes and rivers and whatnot. And it's just a decorative item. Doesn't serve any purpose. Just something that you can beautify your ponds and your lakes with. So it should be a quick and easy thing to add. But if y'all have anything better, please let me know. So I will say, I am not looking for something that's going to take several hours. Preferably it's something that I can make in 1 to 2 hours so we can finish it up on this stream. I have plenty of ideas that would take hours upon hours to implement, but I'm looking for something that's quick and easy. But if you have anything better than that, please let me know. What is the topic of the mod? It's called ACES MC Overhaul. So the idea is to overhaul the entirety of Minecraft without deviating from the classic feel of Minecraft. So, in my personal opinion, I think Mojang does a great job at capturing just like everything they add. It just like, it revolutionizes the game. It's something we've never seen before, but yet it still feels like it could have been there the whole time. You know what I mean? Like the creaking the crafters, like all that stuff. It could have been in Minecraft from the beginning, but it's also something we've never seen before. So my idea is to make a mod that does that, right? Just anything that I think that I always describe it as it should still feel like you're playing Minecraft, but just 30 years in the future. You know what I mean? Like there's just an absolute ton of new things, but it should still feel like Minecraft. But there's really no limit other than that. So Save as a new texture. Other texture. Reptile. Leather. Armor. Layer. 2. Save. Okay, now we can delete this. Now we have both of these. We can select, export. Oh, I forgot that it was going to do this. Reptile, leather, armor. Come on. Armor, layer 1. Reptile, armor. No. Leather, armor, layer 2. There we go. Save. We can delete these and then import an armor texture. Select armor layer 1. Select armor layer 2. Okay. And just like that, dude, we are one armor set away from a full row of armor sets. At this point, every single thing, except for my potion effects, has at least a full row. My potion effects and my armor. If we can have that, that would be pretty cool, huh? Birds, maybe. And then that could be interesting. At least a bird, right? See, I was going to say, like, I'm not a fan of just, like, ambient critters that just spawn and take up RAM and processing power and resources, but don't do anything. But, like, bats, you know, they don't do anything. So, but bats are kind of cool. I don't know if I could make a bird that turned out that cool. Like, they hang upside down. They are unique. I don't know. I'm not sold, but it's not a bad idea. Let's, okay, so the next thing we need to do is create the item texture for the leather, right? So, we can kind of come up here. Oh, yeah, check out the Discord, Lion. Sorry about that. Let me check that out. if not false. Why would why would anyone phrase it like that? That's silly. It's a bit sad. Oh, an eagle would actually be so cool. Oh gosh, but could I? Okay. So if I made a nest item, and I had that nest item generate on the top of leaves in some biomes, and then I could have the eagle stay near it. Like, it could take time though. It would definitely be a few hours. So my big hesitation with most creatures is the fact that InCreator's AI is incredibly limited. If I'm building an AI, I have almost no options to make the creature feel cool, and I just want them to feel unique and cool, and especially birds. Like, I just feel like the AI is terrible, and InCreator's AI options are terrible for like trying to make a bird. So I'm very hesitant. Although eagles are very cool. So I don't know. I probably wouldn't do that today. At least we wouldn't be able to finish it today. But if I can think of a way to do it and still make it cool, I might start working on it. Kraus says you'd have to somehow generate particles at random places in certain biomes with that. You could do something like the firefly that was removed. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to do that, though. Particles generate just random particles in specific biomes. If you make a specific new dimension, you can have particles. But I don't, let me go to some of my other particles and see if there's an option to just have them generate as part of a biome. But I don't think there is. Like, yeah, I don't see any specific way to just have them generate. And default triggers, I don't think there would be anything in the default triggers that would play that. So, yeah, Fireflies is one of those rare instances where I'm like, yeah, I do feel bad for Java Edition that they had to remove them because Bedrock couldn't handle it. Because Fireflies would have been pretty cool. And then you could have had Fireflies in a jar. You could have placed that jar down and have like a light source, that like a jar light source, which could look really cool. So yeah, Fireflies is unfortunate that they didn't get to add Fireflies to the game. What was I doing? Oh yeah, leather. Let me double check the wiki. I keep closing the wiki down. There's no leather armor, is there? Yeah, it's just gonna be regular armor. Okay, doesn't look like anything special or anything different than your standard armor. So I think we're good to... I pinched my fingies. I think we're good to just use standard armor textures and then recolor them. So let's open something like the ruby helmet that we have here. And then let's open up our leather armor just so that we can get the proper texture. Let's go here, grab that, and make this darker. And then we'll copy and paste it into the ruby helmet. Now they made the whole Fireflies are poisonous to frogs up to hide their little favorite money grab child from absolutely collapsing. Did they? I don't remember. I thought it was open. Like, they openly said that it was an issue. Like, that they couldn't get them working properly on Bedrock. Did they try and say that they're poisonous to frogs and that's why they removed them? Which, don't get me wrong, that does sound like a Mojang thing. Mojang is very, very dedicated to making like, when they make IRL real life creatures, they're very dedicated to making them behave and act as though they are in the wild, because I think they see themselves as like an educational platform, where people can learn about all these different types of animals and whatnot. In fact, they've actually openly stated that there will never be sharks. Any hostile entity has to be a fantasy creature, and it cannot be a real creature. I only never knew the poisonous story, never heard the other one. Oh, interesting. I never heard the poisonous story, so interesting. But I do know that they said that any hostile entity has to be a fantasy creature, because if they make it a real life creature, then they have to be very specific about how they implement it. I also hate what's happened here, so I'm gonna undo that. If they made it like a real life creature, like a shark, for example, and they make that shark too hostile, then they might give young children who are playing the game an irrational fear of sharks and the ocean and just bodies of water in general. However, if they were to add a shark and they made it not hostile enough, then they could give children and young kids who are playing the game an irrational acceptance of sharks and think that, oh, sharks are friends and they're okay and they're not something that can kill me. So they've openly said, no, we're any hostile entity will always be a fantasy creature. Now they could add something like a megalodon or some fantasy type of shark. That's okay. But they've openly said that no, any fantasy creature, or any strictly hostile creature has to be fantasy, and they are really hesitant to add IRL creatures that are fantasy, that are hostile, such as bears, tigers, sharks, etc., etc. So, but sharks aren't hostile. Dolphins are. um, yeah, that's the thing, right? But so if they made them not hostile, they might make kids think that sharks are okay to just approach and, I don't know, poke in the face or something like that. Yeah, and if you put your hand up to a shark, it's probably gonna bite you. But you're right, sharks aren't hostile. I'm a scuba diver. I've dove with sharks. If you scroll back far enough in my YouTube page, there is, yo, Taco's here. What's up, man? What's up? You know, there's been a few times where I was like, maybe we end it early, but no, I was waiting out just for you, buddy. Just for you. Games M Creator stuff, switched accounts. Okay, Cam's M Creator. Got you. Okay, no problem, man. Um, well, they should have made the dolphins hostile, but they didn't. Dolphins are neutral. Well, the thing is, dolphins aren't like, they're not hostile to humans. They are jerks and hostile to other sea creatures, but they're not hostile to humans. Because once again, I've swam with dolphins, and they're not. And I don't mean captive dolphins. I mean wild dolphins. So I do think they should have made them more hostile to like other sea creatures, but whatever. What can you do? I think this is looking good for the reptile helmet. Let's save as a new texture, an item texture. But in real life, they are hostile to humans more often than sharks. More often than sharks are hostile to humans. Okay. I mean, I would personally feel like I gotta fact check that, but I don't know enough to say otherwise. So, okay. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Maybe they didn't do their research. Okay, there we go. Sharks only attack humans when on surfboards, as they misinterpret them for seals. I'm pretty sure you spelled that right, seals. That's the only reason sharks attack. It depends on the shark, right? Tiger sharks, bull sharks, no, they have been known to literally just attack and eat humans for just for the fun of it. Tiger sharks, bull sharks, super aggressive. Great whites, you're absolutely right. Great white gets this really bad rap, but they don't attack humans unless they're on surfboards because they get mistaken for seals. Dolphins are psychos? Yeah, they really are. Dolphins are like the Floridians of the sea world. They will do anything. They are wild. But they're really cool. You know, can't argue that. Let's go here. What did you end up thinking about the screenshot of the geodes? Oh, you're asking Cryo. All right. Common shark is like nurse sharks, and great whites are not hostile, pretty sure. Yeah, nurse sharks, lemon sharks, they're not hostile. Blackfin sharks are hit or miss. They're really defensive. So if you get too close to them and they panic, they will attack. But they are not like naturally super aggressive or anything like that. So kind of depends. All right. Add some more color variation in here. All right. think that's looking pretty good. Let's then go here. Copy and paste again. Yeah, that's actually kind of what I thought too, Cryoman. Dolphins munch on pufferfish? Bro, what? Yeah, I was like, I don't know, seems they seem very overpowered. Well, I guess I don't know how rare they are, right? They could be super rare. In which case, sure. I think that looks good. Let's save it as a new texture, item texture, reptile leather tunic. There we go. That armor set's starting to come together. Then we can open up, let's just open up these boots. That should be a super easy texture to tackle. Copy here. Paste it into here. And this one we can pretty much just, oh, not that. Fill exactly as is. Copy here. Paste it into here. 2 more times for the boots. There we go. Save as a new texture, item texture, reptile leather boots. And then open up the pantalones. Google dolphins eating pufferfish for high. Oh, gotcha. Change it to 7, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 5 for each order respectively. Seems more fair. Yeah, when I saw that you could get unobtainium from it, I was like, dang, dude, that is, I mean, at least it's not the, I think you added an ender ore too, which that, I wouldn't add any of the other dimensions ores or anything like that, unless you had like a specific trader from that dimension that you could trade with, right? But that seems more fair. Let's go here, here, here. All right, let's say this is a new texture, item texture. We're going to call it reptile leather. They call them pants. Do they call them pants? Pants. All right, yeah, I got that right. Okay, cool. There's a 1 in 115 chance for the red one. Oh, dang. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Green and a 10% chance, you get nothing. Fake, that makes sense. Gotcha. That's true what Cryoman said? Yeah, about them eating pufferfish and whatnot. Let's go into critters. Where did it go? Critters. There we are. Alligator. Add. And new armor. Right there. We're going to call it reptile leather armor. And we're just going to change this to cap. We're going to change this to tunic. We're going to change this to pants. And we're going to change this to just boots. All right, there we go. Select reptile helmet. Select reptile chest piece. Select reptile leggings. Select reptile boots. Properties. Armor layer is going to be reptile leather armor right there. Add it to the critters tab as well. Armor equipped sound is going to be leather. There we go. Did you update to mCreator 2024.4? No, I have not, because Block States plugin has not been updated to 2024.4 yet. So as soon as Block States plugin gets updated to 2024.4, I will update to mCreator 2024.4. Which means the mod, this version of the mod 1.0.7 may or may not end up being with 2024.4. Probably not with 2024.4. I'll probably finish this update and then update to 2024.4 with Block States, once Block States gets updated and everything. So, can you make custom compasses in mCreator? That's a really good question. I would assume yes, you can. Although it's probably very limited, it's not built in. You would have to do a lot of coding yourself to change that texture around. But I'm pretty sure yes you can. It'd just be a lot of work on your end. Let's see, leather armor has a damage of 5. Let's go ahead and make this 8. So it's slightly better than gold. All of these values are fine. These are your... Actually, I think they're not fine. I think these are your default iron values. Yeah, so the boots are 1. The pants are 2. The tunic is 3. And the helmet... Well, we need leather cap, don't we? Leather cap is 1 as well. Okay. Enchantability, we can go with 15, just like leather. That's fine by me. No toughness, no knockback resistance. Repaired with reptile leather armor. No triggers. Save mod element. Let's go. Gonna have to add some crafting recipes real quick. So let's add a reptile leather. Let's cap recipe 0. Copy that. There we go. Reptile leather. There we go. There we go. Make the cap. Boom. That's 1 done. What would these armors do? This armor that I'm doing right now, this armor specifically that I'm making does not really do, it doesn't do anything. It's just more durable than leather armor. So early game, if you go kill some crocodiles or some reptiles or whatever, you can make armor that is just more durable, that'll last you a bit longer. And it doesn't really serve too much of a purpose other than maybe it's like a different aesthetic, you know. Some players prefer don't really care about armor and just wear whatever is the most aesthetically pleasing. Now these players are freaking nuts, and they're ones that are usually playing hardcore and whatnot. But you know, I try to cater to everyone. So I think this makes sense. So, and I really like the idea of having reptile leather armor. You know, if you're gonna have reptile leather, have an armor for it, right? So I think that just makes sense. I'm only just now realizing I should have been duplicating our previous ones because it would be saving me some time from typing all of this out and whatnot. But it's too late now. There we go. There we go. Just like that. Ooh. So we only need to add 1 more crafting recipe, and then we have 1 item. After this recipe, we have officially added 54 new things to this update, which is ridiculous, guys. when I made the promise that I would do that, when I made the video, I mean, I fully intended to do it, but I don't think I ever quite realized how it would feel when it was done. Like, to say that this update adds 54 new things, that's just nuts. Like, absolutely nuts. So, let's go ahead and launch it and see how this reptile armor looks. We're also going to have to test out the the alligator animations and see if they're working well. And let's go here and make sure that we have added that to the changelog here. Okay, carapace armor, pirate armor, and then element of PQR. Yeah, PPP. Cool. So if we can go down here, we can do reptile leather armor. Leather tier armor. I think that's good. That's really all we need, right? Leather tier armor, right there. I think it's pretty much self-implied that it's made from reptile leather, right? Dude, but just like that, we've got 3 items left on the list here. We can cross out the alligator, cross out the reptile armor, and we are at 54. 50 freaking 4 new things added to the mod so far. It's absolutely ridiculous. Didn't you want to add more advancements to your mod? If you have nothing else planned, those combined could be the 55th item. It's a little bit cheesy, but I think that's not a bad idea. I did want to add more advancements to my mod. You know what? I like that idea. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go through and we're going to add as many of these new advancements as we can. Now, I don't want to get crazy with it. I don't want to do something that seems unrealistic. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I added more than 55 items already. There are some things I didn't even count, such as, if I scroll up, cotton crop, right? That's 1 item, even though it's several textures, right? Cotton block, that's like 12 items, and I counted the cotton block with the cotton crop, because I'm not going to add a cotton crop and not give it any use. So the cotton block is the use. So even though this took hours to make, this and this only counted as 1 item. So yeah, I've already added well over 55 new items and new things to the mod. So I think that's good enough. Give myself a break. We are at 55. All I got to do is do some last minute touches, checking things out, making sure that there are no bugs with what we have added, making sure everything's working properly, and then adding some new advancements. And you have a lot of items, so you could add 100 plus advancements. Possibly. I've already added a good few myself, especially ones that mirror, that mirror vanilla advancements. But that's pretty much especially what I would try to do. Specifically, anything that mirrors a vanilla advancement, and then anything that just feels like you would deserve an advancement for it. So, where are our alligators? They're over here. Look at him. He's just laying down. That's so cute. All right, let's check out this reptile armor. Boom. I mean, it doesn't look like the best armor in the world, but I think it looks pretty good. I mean, it looks just as good as leather armor does, right? Right? I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. We can always tweak it, always change it up. But there we go. Check that out. I think what we need to do now is look through a list of advancements for being they're a bit speedy for being hulky reptiles. They are speedy though. If you actually look, I mean, I don't know if it saved, but I wanted to make them so that they're not super quick naturally, but when chasing the player, they are super quick. So, like, if I smack this guy, oh, wow, he's super quick. But that makes sense. Like, I don't know if you actually know this, but alligators are wicked fast. And I mean, like, wicked fast. Like, way faster than you think they are. They don't move around that quick naturally. They tend to take their time because they're lazy creatures. But when they want to hurt you, they will hurt you. So you're right, they are moving around pretty quick. So I think maybe we should drop this down. Can we do 0.15? Is that an option? Sure, let's drop that down even slower. But I want them to attack. Like, when they want to hurt you, I want them to be able to move pretty quick. Glad I don't live in Florida? Yeah. And here's the scariest part. They can also climb trees. Alligators can climb trees. Now, they can't, like, actually get off, like, fully off the ground, but their tail is strong enough that when they start to climb with their front legs, they can get about 9 to 12 feet up the tree because they can get completely vertical because their tail is strong enough to support them. Crazy. Alligators are apex predators. Apex predators. There's a reason that they are the only living dinosaur, right? Or they are often referred to as the only living dinosaur. Anyways, we fixed up the animation. So let's save all and then close block bench. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Y'all gotta stop redeeming the hydrates. Actually, don't stop. I appreciate it, but y'all gotta stop if you want me to actually not go to the bathroom all the time. So I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then I've got some time, maybe about 30 minutes to an hour, where we can at least start working on the whatchamacallits. Don't add. I don't know why you don't want me to add. Like, what's the difference? You're just sitting here in silence anyways. Just, you don't have to watch the ad. Just don't watch it. It's not gonna let me add anyways, so you're in luck, buddy. We'll be right back. All right. I'm gonna pull up a list of available Minecraft achievements. I don't. Why do I have achievements? Are they in vanilla tweaks? No, I think they're just wherever I felt like they belonged, right? Like in the ore overhaul, there's... Yeah, advancements. Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Let's go online. Wiki advancement. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Minecraft. Have a crafting table in the inventory. I mean, I don't think there is an actual requirement for that, right? But maybe. Um, Mine stone with your new pickaxe. Have one of these 3 stones. In the inventory. Ooh. Getting an upgrade. Yes, I don't think any of this. I already have a duplicate of this. I think I already have one for that as well, right? If I go to the ore overhaul, go to advancements. Yeah, it's called armor up, right? Yeah, custom trigger. Kibbo. Okay, okay. I'm pretty sure I also have this one. Interesting. You could start with some food advancements. Oh yeah, it'd probably be pretty easy. Are there... It'd be down here with the adventure, right? Or the husbandry. Yeah, probably more with husbandry. I have added a lot of foods, so we can probably go through those pretty easily. Should I put another star in the geodes? I don't know. How easy do you want them to be to get? See, like, I feel like if it's much easier to get them from geodes than fight the wither, then why would you ever fight the wither? Because the wither literally only drops nether stars. So if you take that away from the wither, there's no reason to fight it ever, unless it's harder to get them the other ways, right? So yeah, make it something super rare like that, and then sure, do whatever you want, right? I would just be a little bit worried about balance and whatnot. We've actually got... So, hang on. There are... Plant either... What about the torchfire seeds, though? To a sniff... Okay. Got you. So we actually need... Because we have added, a few... two different sniffer flowers. We need a trigger for when item in inventory tick, right? Or should we just do it the same way we do these other ones, right? Yeah, entity picks up item. Let's just add another one onto the end of here. Copy paste. If they have not gotten the... Oh gosh, what was it called? What was it called? Planting the past, right? Planting the past. Plant any sniffer seed. Well, not plant any. But does it really say plant? Well, then how am I supposed to know when they plant it? Plant either... Gotcha. Okay, so it doesn't need to be in here. Gotcha. So let's... We can go and save that. Do right-click into the position. It needs to be right-click block position because it should trigger when it is planted, right? So that should already be a trigger that I have right here. I just need to add something else to it. So another flow control. If advancement... So if they do not have advancement planting the past... then give advancement, planting the past. Boom. And then we need to do the same for this one, right here. If they do not have advancement, plant any sniffer seed. Then give advancement, plant sniffer seed. There we go. My bad, I thought you were doing a different advancement. Yeah, I was confused too, man. It took me a while to like figure out what I was even trying to say. Oops, let's go there. All right. So those are those two. Catch a tadpole in a bucket. I don't think there's anything else like that, right? Parrots and the bees are parrots and the bats are already something that we have. You've got a friend of me having a lay deliver items to you doesn't really make sense. But do we have any creatures that work like that? I don't think so. Whatever floats your goat. Yeah, no. Best friends forever. No, you can tame any mob to get that. That's not applicable. That's not applicable. I've already got all of those updated. I'm not sure if I have all of my copper variants, wax and whatnot. This one would be hard to affect or change. Huh. Gonna take upwards of 30 minutes. Probably to change. Yeah. Changing the advancement for all the copper blocks you've added. Oh yeah, that would probably take a while. I don't think. Well, actually, there might be an easy. No, it would take a fat minute. It would take a fat minute. But I should do that. I need to make a mental note to do that. Oh, and wax off. Yeah, that's another one. Dang. Okay. Let's add one for our wolf cloak, huh? So if we go to critters, vanilla extensions, wolves, let's add an advancement. And we're gonna call it, it's gonna be based on the Heart of the Pack effect, right? So it's gonna be for having that wolf cloak in your inventory. Let's call it one with the pack. Create new advancement. We're gonna say this. Acquire a wolf cloak. Let's try what is the do all the descriptions like actually describe it, or some of them? Yeah, they do. How should this trigger? I guess we should just say a wolf cloak, right? A wolf cloak. It's gonna have that wolf cloak icon. Let's give it a goal. That's fine. And its parent advancement, I think I want it to be the win. Is that seriously the parent advancement? This? That's the parent advancement to all these other ones? Oh, no, there's two that have the lead icon. Best Friends Forever is probably the one that this one is the parent of, huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. So this should probably be Best Friends Forever. Or Tame, right? Tame an animal. Cool. There we go. It's gonna have a custom trigger. Reward XP, none. Reward function, none. Reward loot tables. Oh. Sure. Let's go ahead and save that mod element. And then in the Wolfcloak tick event, we also need if advancement, then add advancement. What do I even call it? I already can't remember. One with the pack, right? Yeah, one. One with the pack. There we go. There we go. We can go down here to where we have new advancements. Enter 123 dash 1 with the pack. And wear a wolf cloak. Okay. I should change this to say acquire and wear. There we go. All right. That's cool. That's one done. Using cheers, power, feeling, friendship. Let's think about all the rest of the things that we've added in this update, huh? So we have several different types of fruits that drop from leaves. So we can add an advancement for that. Yeah, let's go to... Where was that? The pantry mod? Let's go here. We can add a folder, call it advancements. Okay, cool. All right. Add another advancement. And we are going to call this, I don't know, something fruity, right? It's a bunch of different fruits. Um, I'm just gonna call it fruity. Huh? Right? Fruity. I don't think there are any parent advancements in here that objectively make more sense than the others, right? Um, except for maybe a seedy place. I think we could probably have a seedy place be it. For the advancement icon, though, let's use the orange. This is my favorite fruit, so there we go. Would you say that you're fruity? I would not say that I am very fruity, just in general. But I am a little outlandish and wackadoo and kind of nerdy. But anywho, let's see. Hold every fruit at once. That's okay. That's okay. Let's have this be a goal, and let's have this be plant seed. I grant if all criteria below are met. Apples. Oranges. Lemons. Is pineapple a fruit? I think it's a fruit. Type of berry is classified as a multiple fruit, which means it develops from the fusion multiple flowers into a single fruit. Actually, individual flowers that have fused together. Oh, whoa. That's crazy. Dang. I don't think that pineapple belongs on pizza, at least not cheese pizza. The only acceptable case is a Hawaiian pizza with a barbecue sauce base. So if you take that pizza and you have a barbecue sauce base instead of a tomato sauce base, and then you put like bacon and ham, some cheese, and pineapples on there, that's delicious. I call that Hawaiian pizza. Very good. But like cheese pizza with pineapples on it, absolutely not. Pineapple, no. Berries are a subtype of fruit. So I'm going to classify it as a berry. Even though it's a little misleading, I'm not going to require you to have the pineapple in your inventory. I'm going to classify that as a berry, and I might add a different recipe or a different advancement for having all the berries in your inventory. I think that would make a bit more sense, at least to me. Let's do bananas, even though I don't know if bananas are fruits, but this is what I'm thinking. 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like we've added more than that, right? Cherries. That's what I was forgetting. Cherries. There we go. And cherries. So these are all the fruits that drop from the various leaf types. And that's exactly what I was thinking. So that is going to be what this is. There we go. We can have it just like that. I'm going to add another advancement and call it Very Berry. And it's going to be pretty much the same, but with all the berries. At once. And I'm going to have the blueberry item for this. And it's also going to be plant a seed as the parent, and this is a goal. And it is only going to be triggered if they have 1 to 64 of the sweet berries, of the blueberries, of the elderberries, and I'm going to make it cooked elderberries, not the regular ones, the ones that are actually edible. The essence berries, and the pineapples. Oh, and I guess the strawberries, huh? There we go. 14,000 channel points? Bro, what a legend. He dedicated. Strawberries, there we go. Plant a seed, goal, very berry, cool, cool, cool. Save mod element. Let's add both of those to the list here. We're going to call this fruity. It's from leaves at once. Very berry. Hold all the berries at once. And I'm pretty sure... Let's add another advancement and call it "This is a Knife," which is a reference that I would hope that you all get. I don't think I'm that old. And it's going to be called "Craft a Knife." This is indeed a task, and its default is simply the husbandry route. And it's going to trigger if they have 1-to-1 knife in their inventory. Are you sure you're not? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a valid question, right? Come over here. Craft a knife. And then I'm going to add another one. We're going to call it Slice Happy. It's going to be for holding every sliced item at once. We'll use the apple slices because apples are default anyways. This is going to be a goal. And the parent is going to be our "This is a Knife" advancement. And it's going to be triggered for holding 1 to 64 of, let's see, slice, tomato slice, bread slice, cheese slice, cucumber slice, and apple slice. Save mod element. There we go. See, I'm not certain that any of these deserve any sort of advancement, at least not right now. Um, let's add another one and call it food fight. That's gonna be wield the fungal flatbread. And I think I want this to be a challenge after the plant a seed. So yeah, plant seed, and it's going to be a challenge. There we go. All right. We could potentially do something for these, but I don't see any reason to. Yeah, then we can go into exploration. Add an advancements folder. There we go. Add an advancement in here and call it watch your step. And I'm going to call this wander into a poison ivy patch. There we go. And as far as this goes, I think it makes a pretty decent adventure tab. So we're just going to make it part of the adventure route. And it's going to have a custom trigger. There we go. Speaking of, it's probably worth making sure that I've already updated, yeah, mine to 1.0.7. Perfect. Neoforge. Awesome. Perfect. We can go into here. Poison ivy. Entity collides with plant. We need a flow control. If not, advancement. Watch your step. Then give advancement. Watch your step. Perfect. Ooh. Pyrite, that's perfect as well. We can add that into the exploration. We're going to call this, delete that, and call it coulda fooled me. Acquire pyrite, or I guess I should say a pyrite crystal. There we go. This is a goal. And I'm going to, let's see, take a look at the advancements again. Maybe it should be up here. Yeah, we'll put it after, isn't it iron pick? I guess that's not labeled as story. I'm not a fan of that. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, let's just add it to the adventure tab. I like how Ace is simply adding advancements and is so in the zone that he is ignoring us. No, the thing is, I keep looking up, but you're just not talking to me. You're talking to each other. I was sitting here thinking, I like how they're just having a completely separate conversation while I'm just casually adding new advancements. So, pretty funny. Let's see, pyrite crystal. There we go. Let's make this part of the adventure route. And that's a goal. All right, that works for me. You answer. Are you asking me? Cause I don't know. I did not make a start screen for my mod. Taco, did you ask me a question that I didn't answer? Tanning rack already has one. Oh gosh, I forgot that we should be adding these down here when we add them. Oopsie. Ba -ba -ba. Watch your step. Wander into a poison ivy patch. Honestly, I don't think we need this. What do I change this to get? There we go. That's fine. And then coulda fooled me. Acquire a pyrite crystal. Wolf cloak, we added one for. Loot sacks, which honestly we could easily add more loot sack types. I kind of forgot that we added those, so that's probably something that we could do, but that's neither here nor there. Let's add an advancement for that because I think that would be fun. So let's add an advancement. We're gonna call it gosh, loot. Hmm. Oh gosh. What do we call the advancement for getting a loot sack? Mm, loot. Yeah, let's call it something silly, like mo loot, mo problems. Uh, a loot. Let's do all loot sacks. This can be a challenge. And this is going to be part of the adventuring tab. Hmm. Let's just make it adventure route, huh? Loot sack or loot sack seeds. Save. There we go. 3D models for items. It's a little tricky. You have to make them in Blockbench. My whatchamacallit, my sword in here uses a 3D model. Where is it? In the King Crab. So the claw here, it's technically a tool, but the item model, you just set it to a 3D JSON model and you make that in Blockbench. So bruh. You gotta keep it civil now. Keep it civil now. Let's see. Down here, 1, 2, 3. Mo loot. Mo problems. Acquire all. Well, I should say hold, shouldn't I? Hold every loot sack at once. Comma. Hold every loot sack at once. There we go. Save that. There we go. So after that, it's just a matter of entities, and I think all of these are fine. I don't really see anything specific to do with any of these. Yeah. Interesting. And I think that's gonna be it. Except for, let's add one more. Let's add one more into the pantry part of the mod. And we're gonna call it Worth the Squeeze. Worth the Squeeze. And it's gonna be hold every juice at once. And I'm gonna use melon juice because that is, well, maybe pumpkin juice. Because pumpkin juice is kind of like the special one, right? Well, no, pumpkin juice looks a lot like honey juice. Let's use melon juice. It's one of my favorite looking ones. It's kind of unique. And this is going to be a goal. And this is going to be the parent. The parent is going to be the fruity. Let's make this a challenge, actually. Default. And this is going to be here. 1 to 64. Juice, apple juice. Melon juice. Beetroot juice. Carrot juice. Pumpkin juice. Orange juice. Cherry juice. Banana juice. Who drinks banana? Banana juice is not a thing, but I wanted to add it, so whatever. It's a Seinfeld reference, if you get it, but whatever. Strawberry juice. And then cucumber juice. There we go. All the juices. There is a lot of them. You got 2.5 stacks of coal? Bruh. Oof. Yeah, I think you are. Banana juice is great over here, at least. Oh, interesting. Okay. And in America, that is not a thing. There's actually a whole joke about it in a very popular sitcom. But that's cool. Well, at least some people won't be like, why? Why banana juice? All right. All right. The last one, worth the squeeze. Hold every juice at once. There we go. Perfect. So I would say, you know, between all of these advancements, we can count it as one new thing, and that's 55 things. Guys, we've been working on this for several months at this point, like 2 months or something like that. Too bad Jasper didn't stop by to make an appearance in this stream. Otherwise, I would... Oh, there he is. 1 second. Oh, just threw that up. I saw threw up that and was like, oh my gosh, are you okay? Ugh. Oh, it's the cat. Meow. Meow. Oh, nobody, no. Nobody, no. He hates it. 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 I kind of woke him up too, so I don't blame him. All right, well, that's gonna do it for today's stream. We freaking did it. Check this out. Look, 55, 55 whole new things to the update. That does not mean that this update's gonna be released tomorrow or anything like that. In fact, it will probably be released on or before Christmas. My goal, I'm still gonna look through everything. I'm gonna start troubleshooting, looking for bugs and other stuff like that, making sure that it is just fully ready to go. Potentially fixing some previous bugs or changing up some stuff. But that's pretty much going to be it. Check this out, guys. We have, let's see how long this changelog is as of right now. Not only are we literally updating to a brand new version of Minecraft, changing from Forge to NeoForge, but we also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4.5, let's call it 4 whole pages of additions, about half a page of bug fixes, which, yeah, I know that the version that's out now is super buggy. Sorry about that, but I made this promise, and I mean, I gotta add all this stuff, right? So sorry about that, but look, we have a ton of bug fixes coming, so be hype. This is what, page 5 at this point, and then all of these changes, that's almost 2 pages worth of changes, and then one of the smallest known bugs lists we've seen. Granted, usually they're always this small by the time they launch, and then by the time the next update comes out, they've more than doubled. But hopefully I can do some checks, and hopefully that will not be the case. But that's like 6-page long changelog. A 6-page long changelog. That is nuts. Especially considering, let's take a look at the previous update, which was pretty dang big. And this is like 2 pages. 2 to 3 pages at most. We've doubled the size of our previously biggest update, which is absolutely insane. Thank you so much for everyone that stopped by. Cam Cat Titan in the YouTube chat. Franny there for a bit in the YouTube chat. Taco Cryo, people watching right now, thank you so much. I know Lion stopped by for just a little bit. Thank you, Dave298143, for the follow right as soon as the stream started. Super Franny for the hydrate, Cryo for the posture check, sexy, Super Franny for that sexy sax, and Xander Cummings for the hydrate. Means the world to me. We may or may not be streaming tomorrow. I haven't decided. I don't really have anything else going on, but I don't have any more mod work to do. So if we do end up streaming tomorrow, it'll probably just be some shenanigans, some fun stuff, messing around. It's not really going to be a mod stream. I want to take a break from the mod stream, so we shall see. Yeah, it's really going to be a wait and see. We might do some item hunt, though, depending on if... I know my buddy Xander just got back from vacation, so we might have some time to do some item hunt. That would be great, but peace out. Without further ado, thank you, everyone.